TV6 has not given us an indication through the on-air light that we are currently on air. I see we have it now.
So give me the cue when we're on.
We are ready now.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is the regular open meeting of the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board of Directors, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. Today is Tuesday, January 11th, 2022. It's 9:30. This is a virtual meeting except for myself. I choose to be in here because of my computer problems. I'm calling this meeting to order, and I'd like to get the Pledge of Allegiance by Director English.
So we are still going by the old, we haven't got a new agenda, okay. Okay. Please put your hand on your heart and face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Director English. I have no idea about the media since we're a virtual meeting. And I'd like to get approval of the agenda. Do I have anybody that wants to approve the agenda?
I approve of the agenda.
Maggie Blackwell is Director Blackwell is making a motion to approve the agenda. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Pat English is a second. The agenda is approved. Thank you. Approval of the minutes. A, the minutes for December 2nd, 2021, agenda prep meeting. I don't see any hands.
I'll approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve those minutes. Thank you. And item B, under 5, is December 14th, 2021, the regular open meeting minutes. I see no... Director Torn, you have your hand up.
Yes. I have a question about the meeting minutes here. Okay, if we look at the December 14th regular meeting session, let me go there. It's wait a second. I'm trying to get there as soon as I can. For resolution 01-2181, United Laguna Woods Mutual Committee appointments. Okay. And Golden Rain Foundation Committee, Foundation Committee appointments.
I can't hear you, Director Torn.
What? What did you say? Sorry. Okay. If we look at agenda item number 5B, page 9 of 14, in the middle of it, it says President Liberatore called for the vote and the main motion, and the motion passed by a vote of 4-3-2. How can it pass when there are 5 votes, that 3 of them no, 2 of them abstain? Is that the way? How do you count it?
The vote passed, right?
Right.
You tell me. It's 4-3-2. Is it passed?
Yeah, yeah.
How do you count the pass? What's the vote you count for pass? May I ask?
Grant, what is verify that vote? What is it?
Would you like me to check the vote? 1 second.
Yeah.
The vote says Director Ashikar, Ascari, and Torn opposed. Director Bastani and Ardeni abstained. So there are 5 votes.
No, there are 7 votes.
There are 5 votes that says either no or abstained.
Grant, do you have the official vote count?
Abstained, usually we count abstain as no. So yes must pass half. 4 must be half of it. We have
No.
9 votes. 4 must be half of it. Must be 5 or more.
Okay. No, Dan.
How can it pass?
Abstention.
Grant, what's the vote?
The vote as described in the minutes was a 4-3-2. 4 approved, 3 opposed, and 2 abstained. It looks like Director Blackwell has a question, or has probably a
Director
clarifying
Blackwell?
statement.
Yes. An abstention does not count in the vote at all. So if you have 4 and 2, 4 and 3, the 2 abstentions do not count whatsoever either side. So 4 is more than 3, so it wins. Abstention does not count against.
What does, may I ask, what does Robert's rule say?
Robert's rule says exactly that.
Exactly right, and I'll get a confirmation from our attorney, Mr. Beaumont. Jeff, do you have an opinion on that?
Yes, good morning, everybody. Can I ask Grant, how many directors were present at that meeting? I'm trying to look at the minutes right now to find that out.
Absolutely, one moment.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, I think we had 10, didn't we?
Yeah, Anthony is the chair, so he doesn't vote.
The
It looks like-
the
no, the
chair
chair
can
can
vote.
vote.
You don't know the rules. Be quiet.
Yeah, the chair can definitely vote. And I'm looking at this 4-3-2 vote. And my concern is that 4 approvals is not a majority of the quorum of the board.
Correct.
So I don't, Mr. Torn, if you could just let us talk through this.
Page.
Out of order.
79.
You're out of order. You're not recognized to speak. Don't speak. Go ahead, Jeff.
So my question is it looks like there's 4 approvals, 3 against, and 2 abstentions. So on its face, it passes. But my question is there should be a majority of the board approving this measure, and 4 is not a majority of 10 directors if 10 directors were present.
Okay, so then that resolution failed. Is that correct?
If 10 board members were present, yes, because you need at least 6 board members to approve a measure.
Okay, so it looks like we have this further down on our agenda, right? Committee assignments, is that correct? Grant?
We do not. I have it currently on the agenda. We may add it to the agenda if you would like.
Well, since if the resolution does not stand because of a lack of a majority, and then the committee assignments are still up in the air.
Mr. Chair, if you can call on Ms. Blackwell, I think she may have some input as well.
Thank you.
Director Blackwell?
I'm reading. Okay, this is the book. It says voting. Basis for determining a voting result, page 379, section 4.1.
Is that the 11th edition or the 12th edition?
It is the newest. It is the 12th edition. Okay, it is first paragraph. It is 5 lines up from the bottom. the word majority means more than half. When the term majority vote is used without qualification, as in the case of basic requirement, it means more than half of the votes cast by persons entitled to vote, excluding blanks or abstentions at a regular or properly called meeting. So it is of the people present, the majority of the people present, more than half of those present to vote.
And Director Blackwell,
So-
what's it say about the abstentions?
Excluding, in the case of basic requirements, it means more than half of the votes cast by persons entitled to vote. Okay, so that would be 10 or 9 entitled to vote. More than half of the votes cast by persons entitled to vote, excluding blanks or abstentions at a regular or properly called meeting.
So in other words,
example,
the 2 abstentions don't count. You throw them out. Is that correct?
That's right.
That is correct. I can support that as well. I'm just curious about whether or not there were 10 board members present during this vote, or if directors had left and there were less than 10 at this time.
Well, it seems to me, I was here at that time, and we did have, with this Zoom thing, I believe, according to Grant, we had what, 9, Grant?
We did have 10. The reason why the vote adds up to 9 in this instance is because the chair did not vote for this action, and then we had 2 abstentions as well.
Okay. Director Ascari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, even both of them, Mr. Bowman and Maggie, putting together, they said the same thing. It's still 10 minus 2 mathematically is 8, and majority of 8 must be 5. That's why Jeff Bowman trying to say. We have 10 people there. It was at that time, and even 2 people be abstain, excluding, become 8 people, and majority of 8 minimum is 5. That's all I'm saying regarding to the math. Thank you.
Director Blackwell.
Once again, it says it means half of the votes cast by persons entitled to vote, excluding blanks or abstentions.
Thank you,
So
Director Blackwell.
if we take off the blanks or abstentions, if 9 people voted as it says, or yes, then we take off the abstentions, which is right here. If you don't believe me, it's right here on page 379. You take off those 7, more than half of the votes cast by persons entitled to vote, excluding blanks or abstentions. That takes it down to 7. Then the majority of 7 is 4.
Read the first paragraph.
You haven't been recognized,
Really?
Director
I am reading
Ascari.
it.
Director Ascari, don't talk unless you've been recognized.
My hand's been up before Maggie, and I haven't been Maggie.
You never took. You're out of order. You never took your hand down. Jeff, what do you have to say about Blackwell?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could try to resolve this. Maggie, I hear what you're reading, but it keeps referring to those entitled to vote, not those that voted, but those entitled to vote. Anytime there's a vote of the board, the vote result is calculated by the number of board members present, not the ones that actually vote. It's all those board members present and entitled to vote. The board members that were entitled to vote were 8 board members, actually 10 board members. And so we needed at least 6 majority to pass this measure. even if you take away the 2 abstentions, that's 8. And then if there's 8 entitled to vote, you would need at least 5 to pass this motion. I don't think this motion carried.
Okay, based on our,
It doesn't say majority, it says more than half of the votes cast, except extensions.
But then it refers also to those directors entitled to vote, and there were 10 directors entitled to vote.
No, they were not present.
all right,
There
Maggie,
were
you're out
9.
of order. You're out of order. Director Casey.
Now, since Anthony did not vote at the meeting, maybe because he thought he didn't need to, but could he vote now? I mean, is that a possibility, you know?
This will need to be brought back up before the board, either added to this agenda or to on a future meeting agenda.
Okay, so I agree with Jeff. We can't redo something that's already done. And I do believe it had to be brought up again at another meeting. So I'm going to open it up to the floor. Do we want to try to amend the agenda for this, or do you want to bring it up at the next meeting in February? All right. Pat English, Director English?
My preference would be February.
All right, Director English seems to think it would be better to hold it over to February, and that would give us a chance again to go through the agenda prep meeting. Anybody else?
There are 3 directors who wish to speak, Director Toring, Director Asghari, and Director Casey.
All right, Director Asghari.
I think what Director English suggested is reasonable. So give it, I am in favor of Director English.
Thank you, Director Asghari. Director Casey. Please take your hand down when you're done, please. It's confusing.
Okay. All right, yes, I agree, because I think we do need to look at some other things on that committee.
All right,
Okay, yes.
Thank you, Director Casey.
February.
Take your hand down, please. Director Torn, please, when you're done, take your hand down.
Yes, I took my hands down. You didn't see that.
No, it's still up.
Okay. And the organizer should remind the chair that I took my hands down and put it back up again for a different question. Okay. That's the organizer's responsibility, I believe. If a chair doesn't keep track of it, it will be an organizer's responsibility. I agree that this motion didn't pass at that time, but it's necessary, so we need to bring it back up again.
Okay, Director
Thank you.
Torn, the 2 directors before you are opting for it to come back in February, which would give the board a chance to redo it during the agenda prep meeting. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes.
Thank you, Director Torn. Anybody else? I don't see anybody else. Please take your hand down. Director Bastani.
Yeah, I also agree that it should be on February. It should be brought back on February.
Thank you, Director Bastani. So it looks like, can I have them, we can, as a group, agree to bring this up again in the February meeting and preface it with the agenda prep meeting prior to our February meeting. Am I understanding this correctly? Here, none, that's what we're going to do. We'll bring this up in our February meeting, but we will bring it up also as the agenda prep meeting, and I do acknowledge the fact that we've proven that this resolution does not apply. It didn't meet the criteria for approval. Thank you. All right, report of the chair. I have nothing more to say except that this COVID thing is just a disgrace for all of us, and hopefully by the middle of February, we'll be done with this, and we'll go back to on-site meetings. Thank you very much. And
Mr. Chair, you may wish to remind that it is a virtual-only meeting to all those present.
remind them.
Yeah, that it is a virtual-only.
Okay, I've been reminded to remind you that this is a virtual meeting.
It's black hole.
All right, do we have item number 7, VMS report? We don't have a VMS report. I don't see anybody on the monitor.
We'll just 1 second. We are moving them to the panelist now.
Wait,
Good morning.
Anybody see there are hands up?
Your screen is down.
Again?
The screen is down.
1 moment, just putting up the slideshow for the VMS report.
Does organizer know they are hands up?
You're out of order.
Anthony, point of order. We did not finish the approval of the minutes.
We did finish the approval of minutes. Item A was approved. Item B was not approved, and it's going back to the February
But-
meeting.
But yes, the item was moved back. I have a correction to the minutes. It was, nobody approved the correction of the minutes. We did that all about the item on the minutes. On item 5B, page 3 of 14 of the minutes, if I may be allowed.
Well, item B has been ruled disqualified.
No, item B on page 3 of 14, number 5B, page 3 of 14.
But Director
says-
Blackwell, we just all agreed that the resolution failed for lack of votes.
I'm not talking about the resolution. I'm talking about the COO report, which is number 10, which is agenda item 5B. If you're looking at the agenda package, I'm trying to tell you where to go.
5B
You
is,
look at the
5B is,
page 3 of 14. Item 10.
well,
Yeah,
we-
I support
all right, let's,
Blackwell. There is an amendment on the 5B. 5B
Right.
passed with an amendment.
all right, you're out of order, Doc. You don't have the floor.
No. Okay, thank you. What we did was remove the item and say that needed to be heard. That was not 5B. That was a different number. The COO report, it's not important. On the second dot of the COO report, it says, new resident orientations available for all mutual. I would like to add the word members at the end of that. That's it. And then I would move that the amended minutes be passed.
Well, I quite frankly, number 5 on my agenda is approval of the minutes. Meeting minutes for.
Exactly.
Well, if 5B has been ruled out of order, it's done. 5B for me is report of the open session on December 14th. It's,
Yes, and I am talking, we removed the one item and put it back on time. If you count that as an approval of the minutes completely with no other corrections, that's incredible, but that's okay. Then we're going on to a whole nother thing. So we've given up all the minutes of that. I yield the floor. It doesn't matter. We'll just let them pass the way they are, except for we did not discount the entire minutes of the whole thing. We discounted what we did. I yield the floor. I give up.
Grant, are we having some difficulty here?
We are, we have the presentation up. So if I understand correctly, for
have my hand
clarification, did we have a approval of the minutes of December 14th, 2021? Because we did not take a vote on that.
Well, December 14th is the committee assignments, right?
For clarification, talking about the whole minutes for December 14th regular open session.
December 14th has,
That was what had the motion for the committee appointments, which has been,
right, that was Resolution 01-2182.
however, I do not believe, perhaps what Director Blackwell was stating was that we didn't have a motion to approve the minutes for December 14th, 2021.
So the minutes, item A, 5A is approved, correct?
That's correct.
5B was decided that it was an illegal vote. Wasn't the vote didn't carry?
The vote on. Yes.
If I may interject, this is Jeff Bowman, I apologize, but we need to call for a motion to approve the minutes for the December 14th, 2021 regular open session as amended. And the amendment is to amend item 11 on the committee assignments to say that President Liberatore called for the vote in the main motion, and the motion did not pass by a vote 4-3-2. That's the proposed amendment. If someone wants to call for a motion to approve those minutes as amended, and it's seconded, then we can further discuss and then call for a vote.
Yes, because I raised the question, so I will call for the amendment of removing that assignment passing, and that's my amendment. And also, I want to say that Chair, please perform your chair duty, conduct the meeting. Do not assume everything you don't understand is out of order.
I don't need to be corrected by you, Director Torn. Now, all right, taking the advice of, you're out of order, you don't have the floor, pull your hand down. Director Blackwell, you have the floor.
I move the, I would like to add one word to.
Wait a
Item
minute, do we
10
have a
on
motion?
vote.
Did Director Torn put a motion on the floor?
He did.
Do we have a second for Director Torn's motion?
I second it.
We have a second. Could you please, Grant, could you I didn't understand his motion. Could you repeat it, please?
His motion, Director Torring's motion, was to accept the minutes with the amendment that legal counsel has suggested to amend the vote on the committee appointments to reflect that the motion did not pass.
All right, so we have a second. Director Escar, do we have any discussion on this item? Any discussion? See no discussion, so accept the amendment. And since it's a minutes, we don't need a vote, but if you want to vote, let's vote. I don't see any hands raised, so the minutes as amended have been approved. Thank you. All right, now let's go on to the VMS board.
Thank you.
You're out of order. VMS board update, do we have something on that, Grant?
We do. One moment, please.
Grant, am I ready?
One moment.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Sound like a telephone commercial. Good morning, Honorable Chairman and United Board members. It's my pleasure to provide an update from the VMS Board of Directors. Today's January 11th, 2022. That's hard to get used to. Could you go to the next slide, please, Grant? First, I'd like to review with you the current VMS Board of Directors. We've broken it down so everybody can be aware and remind ourselves of who we have in position. For GRF, we have Diane Phelps, who happens to be the second vice chairman. We have Judith Troutman, and we have Liling Isaacs. From Third Mutual, we have Rosemarie DeLorenzo, Raquel Unger, Wei Ming Tao, who is the first vice chair, and of course, let's don't forget Rosemarie DeLorenzo, who is our chairperson at this time. From United, I hope you know, we have Cynthia Rupert, Norman Combe, and Manuel Robledo. I'm not real good with names. So I want everybody to be aware of who's in place, and it also shows their terms of expiration so that you can be aware of when it's time to up and renew the board. Next slide, please. Any questions? We can hold till the end if that's okay. Next slide, please. With Jeff Parker's leaving, we would like to welcome a new CEO or general manager, Ms. Siobhan Foster. She is going to begin February 3rd, 2022. She was appointed by an overwhelming majority from the three boards, GRF, United, and Third. And we know that Siobhan has been our COO and very effective for 4 years now. And it's an honor to have her serve as our CEO, general manager. We have seen with Siobhan a proven ability to improve systems and policies and procedures. She's been instituting efficiencies and working to save anything possible with a keen understanding of the intricacies and the expectations of managing the services that we provide to the village residents. She is exceptionally well qualified for this position, and she plans on focusing sharply on the continuous service and improvement currently with village residents. Next slide, please, Grant. In addition, we have a new general services director starting January 17th, 2022. A panel was held, VMS, the mutuals, GRF, to interview different candidates. The top candidate was interviewed by the CEO and then the department heads. The selected candidate has extensive budget, purchasing, and fleet management experience. They'll fit right in, and he is scheduled to start January 17th, 2022. Next slide, please, Grant. Next, let us discuss the Mnc Department Restructuring. This restructuring is designed to provide enhanced customer service resulting from appropriate management and oversight to support a timely project delivery, which we know has been an issue for a while. We were expecting improved accountability for the service requests responses, support for the budget development and monitoring these department expenses, and management the resources necessary to identify and implement process improvements. Also, it enhances timely response and implementation of board policies and directives and promotes strategic succession planning. Next. Here is a overview of the Mnc Department Administration as it is currently working. We have an Mnc Director, Manuel Gomez, that is overseeing 2 assistant directors. We have Ian Barnett is the Assistant Director for Maintenance, and Bart Mieja, I'm not sure about that one, I'm terrible, Assistant Director for Facilities and Engineering. Broken down under each of those positions are a Projects Division Manager, Guy West, a Manor Alterations Manager, which is going to be Roby Doncost, and we have right now damage restoration, a vacant position. For maintenance, we have Ko Shida, which is the new Maintenance Operations Manager, and a Maintenance Services Manager is currently vacant. If you'll notice, there are a breakdown of the number of positions and budgets available. So under the Facilities Engineering area, and we have 33 full-time positions. There is a $3.3 million operating budget and $9.2 million for contract services. If we look over on the maintenance side, we have 139 full-time positions, a $16.2 million operating budget, and a $6.1 million contract services. Next slide, please. Okay, let's talk about what we're going to try to do to make everybody happy with the key performance indicators. Starting in December, we have new reporting. The focus of the reports are going to be measurable actions, process improvements, cost savings by the project, and then quantifiable corrective actions and outcomes for these identifiable problems. And then focus on critical customer-facing decisions, beginning with community services, resales, those 2 areas. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the one thing I would like to talk about are some of our community services and some things that have been observed and kept track of to help everybody understand what's going on, especially with resales that have had some issues in the past. For your information, 174 more escrow packages were received in 2021 over 2019. And if you'll notice, we are not really counting 2020 because of the COVID issues and the skewing of the numbers. So we had a 27% increase in the packages received. And then in 2021, we had 817 packages received, but in 2019, there were 643, thus the 27%. 14 days or more was the average to close in 2021 over 2019 through October. Unfortunately, that was a 70% increase in the days. So it took 20 days in 2019 and 34 days in 2021. However, that will change. The workflow bottlenecks are due to be processed and worked through. And there's mainly the bottleneck because of the upsurge in the number of packages submitted. Next slide, please. Okay, so there are a couple of enhancements underway. We have added a new temporary position starting October of 2021. It is a position for membership financial evaluator and a membership coordinator. They are proficient in loan processing. They will screen pre-screen resales, the applications for completeness, the mutual qualifications and correct documentation, and finally, they'll reprocess the resale. Let's try that one again. They will process real sale applications, and they'll act as a third membership counselor to help get through the process. The benefits that we expect: decrease in the resale packages processing time by 30%. It is 24%, and we're hoping to go down to 21%. Increase team competency and accurately analyze potential buyers. Enhance the customer experience and satisfy the real estate community with briefer periods to close escrow. All right, next screen, please. Okay, all boards training was offered on November 15th, conducted by Jeffrey Beaumont. It discussed the Golden Rain Foundation Trust. The all board training included fiduciary responsibility, business judgment rule, open meeting acts, and introduction of the VMS departments. And then they were also, you can find this training video on the village website. If you'll click on YouTube icon, and you can click on either YouTube or the library, and you can find VMS board member training on the first row to the right, open to everybody to watch as needed or as wanted. Next slide, please. I hope you have found this presentation helpful and informative. And if you need to contact anyone, we have VMS at info@lagunawoodsvillage.com, and we are your mutual boards representatives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that detailed report. And now we'll move on to number 8.
Mr.
open
Chair,
for-
we
Yes.
do have a question from Director Asghari.
Director Asghari, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have a question to our representative from VMS. Since you are here, Cynthia, please send a special thanks to Siobhan that quickly take action and make these meetings as a virtual. However, I have a question. I received an email that in the email says, the email sent by Siobhan, that GRF and both mutual. Oh, hello, Siobhan, you are here. And the email that we received from you, Siobhan, said that GRF and United and Third Board decided that this be a virtual meeting. When you use the board, that means we decided. I didn't know. I don't know about other members. Maybe president or vice president knows. Maybe you can write down that one that way. But using the word board, that means we voted, but we didn't vote it. I wanted just to bring that one attention, and a special thanks that you're taking care of the staff and all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Asghari. Director Torn.
Yes, I have a question about VMS presentation. Okay, first, could you send the presentation to us? In the past, we have every meeting we have these presentations, but we've never received any presentation to us, document to us. We would like to take a look at that, okay, and also as a record of what's happening. The second thing is something you mentioned. There's enhancement underway. Membership financial evaluation and membership coordinator. And it mentioned that reduced package processing time by 24 days. So it should be somewhere around 10 days now if it's improved that many days. But I know that it's not by 10 days. It's still 34 days. So I'm not sure what is the improvement enhancements there. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that and help understand that the days are, the package processing time is indeed improved significantly? Thank you very much.
Director Rupert, are
Andre,
you
for the
still,
month of
are you
December,
still?
the reduction was 4 days. We are moving in the right direction. This is a new position, so that is our ultimate goal. But for December, it's an improvement of 4 days. Thank you.
And is Director Rupert, is she still here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you comment on Director Ascari and Director Torn?
I can. I'm sorry to say I don't remember Dr. Director Ascari's question, but as far as the processing time, it's 24 days, not 34 days. So we've had a significant decrease. And as Ron just mentioned, in December alone, we dropped 4 days. So we are working very diligently to get that lower and lower as we progress through the year. And the other question was about an email sent. And I'm sorry that the wording was not appropriate, but we will make sure that that happens in the future. And the concept of what was actually requested is absolutely what needs to happen. Okay, any other questions?
I see none, so let's move on to item number 8, open forum.
Thank you, everybody.
Wait, excuse me.
Yeah, I want to be heard on open forum.
Oh, well, first, you will be after on item number 9. You can respond. This is for residents.
Well, I am a resident.
Please, you'll get your chance here on number 9. Director Grant, Grant, do we have anybody for the open forum?
At this time, I would like to ask if we have any electronic comments to the board.
Yes, I do have some email comments. United Board of Directors. Catherine Bryans, 293B. United Board of Directors. As a former United Director, I have a good idea of how boards are conducted. Your conduct is disgusting, juvenile, and egocentric. The grade school behavior is making stock shareholders concerned about the leadership of United Mutual. May I suggest to the President he has the power to recess a meeting for a 5, 10, or 15 minutes timeout. No need to shout over your board members. United is a billion-dollar corporation, and it's time to act as professionals. If you cannot do that, we will find people who will. Okay, Kathy, I won't waste my time addressing the rude, disrespectful, and disgusting behavior displayed by some United Board members. The behavior is on display and recorded for all to see as part of the public record. I do want to comment on statements made at the December board meeting by Directors Libertor and Casey. At about 2 hours and 14 minutes into the meeting, during a discussion on committee assignments, Director Bastani was suggested for a position. During the following discussion, Director Casey stated that he had turned down that position because he didn't want to work with Director English. Director Libertor followed up with this comment by saying Director Bastani doesn't want to work with a woman. So my question is this true? My statement is, if it is true, Director Bastani should resign immediately. There can be someone who can't work well with others and uses discriminatory biases to make decisions. Mr. Beaumont, please discuss legal implications. Our new CEO is female. We have many female VMS staff members. 2/3 of Laguna Woods residents are female. Thank you. Christine Collins, 3306Q. This is an update on the work of the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village to assist village residents experiencing temporary financial emergency. As the holiday season has concluded, the Foundation realizes that there is a great deal to be thankful for. The donations and support of the village, both individuals and clubs, have made it possible for the Foundation to provide help when needed. And that support and donations were provided even though we have all gone through a particularly difficult year due to the pandemic. Without this support, the Foundation would not have been able to assist the vaccination effort in the village, distribute masks, help more vulnerable residents with 30,000 in grocery cards, fund Meals on the Wheels, support ongoing fall prevention efforts, and provide emergency financial assistance. In addition to all the individual residents who have donated, the Foundation is very grateful to the following clubs and groups who have donated this year, particularly since many have been unable to meet and the pandemic was difficult to their members. Abundant thanks to the following clubs: Men's Golf Club, Women's Golf Club, Laguna Woods Art Association, Ceramic Caster Club, Chicago Club, Democratic Club, Joyful Christian Club, Lawn Bowling Club, New Harmoniers, Needlework Club, New Jersey Club, Players Club, PC Club, Center for Spiritual Living, RV Wheelers Club, Republican Club, Table Tennis Club. Thank you for all your generous support of the Foundation. It is truly neighbors helping neighbors. For more information, please go to our website at foundationoflagunawoodsvillage.org or contact the Foundation at 949-268-2246 or foundation@comline.com. Please note that donations can always be made using PayPal on the Foundation website. Thank you. This concludes the members' email comment.
Grant, is there any follow-up?
There is no other member comments at this time. However, it looks like we do have directors who wish to respond.
Okay, so we can move on to number 9, responses to open forum speakers. All right, Director English, you want to lead off?
Yes. First of all, to Agostani, thank you for some of your comments about women and that. That was very good. And then I would like to say that in my opinion, this meeting...
It's not the floor, is not yours.
The floor is mine.
I just gave her the floor. You're out of order.
That in my opinion, this meeting should not be going on at all. I do not believe that there's been adequate notice, and I know at least 2 people that are sitting here today, that were never notified. I was one of them. And I don't believe that, I've also got the paperwork here that was put in my box that was supposed to be updated, but it's not updated at all. So we don't have the right paperwork. People have not been told about it, and I'm representing the members. This is supposed to be a members' meeting for the members, not for the directors, for the members. And I really do not believe that the members have had adequate notice. They weren't expecting anything like this, neither was I. And I really think that this should be canceled, and we should have to wait until after this virus is finished, or we have more reasonable terms that we can work on. But this is not a reasonable term. Thank you.
Thank you, Director English. Director Aquicard, good to see you.
Can I speak now?
Director Aquicard has the floor, and then I'll go to the monitor and go left to right on the monitor.
You know,
My hand was
these are difficult times with COVID, but all of us should keep our cool, basically, and not lose temper and get jobs done. There's no reason to get upset. Everybody is in the same boat. So my comment is, let us keep on progressing, making things better if we can, or not let anybody get upset or not upset ourselves. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Aquicard. Good to see you again. I'm going to go left to right on my monitor. Director Bastani.
I'd like to respond to the lady who mentioned my name. First of all, what was said by the president was a lie. I never have said that I don't like women. I only refuse to work with one person simply because she was not qualified, irrespective of whether it's a man or a woman. So I think whoever said that, which I believe it was Anthony, should apologize. Thank you.
Director Torn.
Yes, I think I would suggest that our chair conduct the meeting more professionally, and don't just because you don't understand. Sometimes, like just the last meeting minutes, the chair doesn't understand the question, and anybody asks questions will be called out of order. That is very destructive in the progress of the meeting. The chair needs to understand the question before it calls out of order. Okay, otherwise there is no progress. And also, this caused a lot of argument when there's one important thing that we represent the members. We need to ask questions. Okay, some board members don't even bother to ask questions. I don't know how they represent the members, how they vote yes or no. Okay. Or it's just they're just a rubber stamper. We all need to ask questions. Don't claim that you ask too many questions. You are not allowed to ask questions. That is our fiduciary responsibility to ask questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Torn. I'd like to just comment. I'm pleased for the active feedback from our residents. We directors need to be reminded, though we are volunteers, that we are here to carry out and oversee the business of and for the United residents. Residents and directors who have preceded us have set out a system of bylaws and a pathway to reach consensus. Consensus is the most effective method for accomplishing the best outcomes for United residents. We have some daunting issues facing us. COVID for sure, insurance for sure, and the mounting cost of doing business in Orange County. So I thank those residents for tuning in and paying attention to the board, and I always anyway, will respect criticism from the residents because that's who we're for. Thank you very much. We're going to go on to number 10, United Board appointments. And we have the candidates, and I'm going to go alphabetical order, and I believe Mr. Benson is first. Ken Benson.
For clarification, Mr. Chair, on the opening statement, I believe it's 3 minutes for the opening statement. Do you wish questions by board members to be timed on their response?
Okay, so we're going to give Mr. Benson the floor.
Right. We are going to have the candidates have the floor, and they are going to be given 3 minutes, both Mr. Ross and Mr. Benson, 3 minutes to give their opening statement. The question is, would you like the questions after the opening statements? Would you like questions from United board members to the candidates to be timed?
I think what we'll do is we'll get the statements from the candidates, and then we'll go, we don't want to carry this on too long, and after each candidate, the two candidate statements are done, we'll go around and ask questions. We'll give we'll start with 3 questions, all right? So, Mr. Ken Benson, are you ready? You have 3 minutes to update us on your application for director.
One moment while we get him to unmute.
Coming through okay?
We can hear you.
I'm sorry, can you, yeah, I'm on the phone.
We can hear you.
Oh, great. My name is Ken Benson. I moved to Laguna Woods about 6 years ago and have found this to be a great neighborhood and neighbors to be around. And seeing of this vacancy on the board, I thought this was a great opportunity to try and give back some. I would be looking forward to working with other board members and the volunteers as well as the management team in an effort to continuously make our community a great place to live. I believe that our board members must know how to plan, understand the budget, manage the mutual's finances, deal with disputes, discuss and carry out ideas, and primarily we need to listen to the membership. I think my background in finance as well as 55 years and more in the corporate and nonprofit world make me very qualified for this job. So that's who I am and what I believe should be my goals. And I would like to make this community all that it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benson, and stay tuned. We'll open up for questions later on. Now I'd like to hear from Director Lenny Ross. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Can all of you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So this is Lenny Ross, and I am running for the open United Board position so that I could add my financial expertise and also add a pair of eyes on the 2022 budgeting process so that I can help the board and our members exercise maximum control over our expenses to minimize any possible increase in HOA fees in 2023. One idea I have is to make sure that we account for nearly 20% of the co-ops that have been upgraded by not reserving based on 100% of the co-ops that could be needing new flooring, counters, mirrors, refrigerators, etc., when the real population of units that we should be reserving for is closer to 80%. Based on my experience with insurance, I'm also very interested in helping our board develop a solution to the property insurance issue that loans can once again be offered to prospective Laguna Woods co-op buyers. If this can be successfully accomplished, I am sure that co-ops will sell in June 2022 for more than they sold for in June 2021. My experience of having served as president and treasurer of United, familiarity with United, Third, Corporation, Towers, GRF, and VMS, Robert's rules, and how all of these boards interface with each other allows me to make a running start from day one if elected back onto the United Board. I love Laguna Woods and want to help resolve member problems and help maintain the greatness of our community. I can see both sides in an argument, but I understand I will always go along with the majority rules. I'm independent and want to make judgments as being independent, but most importantly, I want to do what's necessary to help our community, and I hope I can do so if elected onto the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Now, to the board here, we don't want to carry this on too long, so is it fair, do we agree to ask each nominee or candidate for, give them each 3 questions? Are we up for that? I don't see any hands, so. Yeah. Director English?
Yeah, I've got a question that I think they should all answer.
Well,
Have you studied the Davis-Sterling Act, or are you planning on studying the Davis-Sterling Act?
no, what we want to do here is just, we've heard the 2 candidates give their summation and why they want to be directors. Now we have an opportunity to ask them questions. And so I'll just go around to everybody on the monitor, and you can direct your question to whichever candidate you want. And then we'll go, let's start with Director English. Who do you want to ask a question of?
Yes, I'd like to ask Mr. Benson, has he studied the Davis-Sterling Act, or does he plan on studying the Davis-Sterling Act, and particularly the Open Meeting Act? Thank you.
Director Benson, Ken Benson, did you get that question?
Before
Yes.
speaking, I do apologize.
Legislation under which
Hold
we
on.
all have to live. It's very important to understand the implications of the Sterling Davis Act upon us. And I have studied it some. I certainly intend to study very much more because I think it's a very important piece of legislation for us to be aware of.
Thank you.
Grant?
Do you want candidate responses to questions to be timed?
Yes.
What would time it? 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, Director Akrakar, do you have a question and direct it to who you want?
I want to ask both of them. I want to ask both of them at least one question.
Okay.
So first question I would ask is for Mr. Benson. You have tremendous experience in board membership in different well-known organizations like Rotary Club. And you've been also the president of Rotary Club. So I was kind of wondering, what is the basic qualities from your experiences can you apply to the village? Because the village size-wise is much bigger than any of these associations you had before. Can you specifically tell me what one thing or what couple of good things you can bring from your experiences for us? Thank you.
That's a good point. This is an entirely different type of management that you have here than I would have had with any of the nonprofits. One thing we all have in common is they adopted Robert's Rules of Order by which to run their meetings. And by such a democratic process where everybody gets to voice their thoughts and ideas in an orderly fashion, I think makes for a far stronger board. As far as what we look at doing, every problem is the same. You have to figure out what your problem is you're dealing with, what the process is going to be to go through to learn as much as you can, and then put a plan in place that is going to end up with the result that you want. So problem solving is pretty much basic across the board.
My next question is for candidate Ross. Everybody knows, and I know, that you are a realtor. Now, would you here openly promise to the members that you will not use any of the information that you collect here or preview here as a member of the board for your real estate business? Would you say that openly here? Thank you.
Sure. Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, I just want to be sure I'm not being muted. Yeah, I am a realtor, and I've been a realtor for about 6 years, and I would pledge to not use any of the information that I gain from the board, and I will make sure that I recuse myself in case there are any motions brought up that would affect the real estate that I practice. So I think that I would be fair, and I think that I would not let that interfere with this position.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, please make sure your microphone's on. Please make sure your microphone is on. Please make sure your microphone is on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, now I'm going to go to the monitor, and I'm going to start at the top left-hand corner, go to the right, and then go down to two. I have 3 more rows. So I'm going to start off with Director Lee. Director Lee, do you have any questions for the candidates?
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Ross. You said that you have served as a president and the treasurer for the United Board. My question is, what year did you serve for the United Board? And also, what was the difference how the United Board conducted their meetings when you were the member of the board compared to today?
When I was on the board, it was 2018, 2019. So it's been about 3 years ago. And I was, as I said, I was president and treasurer, both positions. And I think the difference that I can see, one of the differences, I think that we had a little more respect as board members for each other when I was on the board, and that we didn't have as many interruptions to board meetings as I'm currently seeing in the current board. And I'm not sure if that's, I think part of that is just letting everyone speak when they want to speak, honor each other and respect each other. But also there's a time and a place for interruptions, and I like to run the board with as few interruptions as necessary, but let everyone speak and let everyone have their opinions. I think that's what's most important. And then also we have to remind ourselves that the reason we're on the board is to make sure that we're working for our members, and the members' interest is number one, the most important thing. And we have to encourage their feedback, encourage their participation, and answer and try to find resolution to the problems that they have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Director Lee, you're done. Director Blackwell, you have questions for any of the candidates? You're muted.
Yes. Mr. Benson, are you familiar with the governing documents, with the bylaws and regulations, and the structure of the village? Do you know what committees we have?
Good morning. I have a rudimentary knowledge of the various parts that make up this village, as well as their relationship to the city of Laguna Woods itself and how it came to be. I have a marvelous coffee table book that apparently was put together for the 50th anniversary, and I find it thoroughly fascinating reading. I've also had the great opportunity of living close to the library and historical building, so I spend a good amount of time down there when it's too hot or too wet to walk outside. I do like reading. I like reading history, and I like reading the history of this village.
All right. I have no other questions.
Please make sure your microphone is on.
Okay, Director Blackwell, you have another question?
No.
Okay, Director Ascari, do you have questions for either of the candidates?
No, I don't have any question at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari.
Excuse me.
Director
Excuse
Ardani.
me.
Director Ardani, unmute yourself.
Sure.
Do you have
just regarding the Maggie's question, I just want to ask that because the
who do you want to
and
ask?
they have a lots of ski.
Who do you want to ask the question?
I'm asking both of them, Tony.
Okay.
Both of them, Tony. Both of them. Yeah. I just want to know that which committee they are like to work with and they are using their skills.
Director Benson, you're alphabetically the first one. You want to answer? Director Nardani?
Well, quite frankly, I would be happy to serve on any of the committees. I do have quite a bit of experience in the world of finance, having worked in major brokerage and bank firms for over 25 years. But I like the idea of going somewhere that I haven't been before because it gives me an opportunity to learn along the way. So to answer your question, if asked, I'm more than happy to serve.
Thank you. Candidate Ross, can you answer Nate Ardani's, Director Ardani's question, or do you need it repeated?
No, I can answer it. I'd like to work on the finance committee and use my experience with my master's in business and my career to help monitor costs, spending, and make sure we recognize that our budget is quite large, as everyone knows, and we should exercise maximum control over every penny that we spend. And I think it's putting another pair of eyes on that process, the budgeting process, will help our boards quite a bit in the new year.
Thank you. Director Casey, do you have questions for either of the candidates?
I was just going to say that I appreciate both people that are running for this position, and I hope you continue to get involved. And the only thing I say is that when we have realtors on the board, they're not allowed to do a very important job, and that is to approve resales. And so that's my only problem. We have like 3 realtors, and that means there's 3 people that can't do that job. So, but I don't have any questions.
All right, thank you, Director Casey. Director Bastani, do you have questions for either of the candidates?
I have a question for Mr. Ross. As he's been on the board, I want to know whether he's familiar with VMS management agreement.
Candidate Ross, did you hear the question?
No, could he repeat it, please?
Are you familiar with management agreement, VMS management agreement?
Yes, I am familiar with the VMS management agreement.
Okay, my question is, do you believe that is fair agreement or need revision?
I think it was set up and it's fair, and I don't think at this time it needs to be revised.
All right. Same question for Mr. Benson. Is he familiar with this?
Ken Benson, did you hear the question directed to you by Director Bastani?
Please allow a moment for him to unmute.
Okay, I got muted. I am aware that there is a management agreement in place. I do not know the details on it, so I can't really comment any further.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Can you repeat?
Yes. In reference to your question having to do with the VMS management agreement, I am aware that it's in place. I do understand the structure of the various organizations, but I don't know any of the details, so I really can't comment on it.
All right, thank you.
Director Torn, do you have questions for either of the candidates?
Oh, I thought you forgot about me.
No, you're at the bottom of the list there.
I'm supposed to be the first one.
No, you're on the third row, third in. That's why I called you. You're third row, or my fourth row, and the third one in. I'm calling in order.
Oh, okay. All right. That's not the sequence I have on my screen. Sorry. I just want to ask a question for both candidates. How there's some kind of a speaking sound. Okay. All right. I'm just curious, what kind of a difference would you like to make to get on the board? Can you help us out, express what you're interested in and what you want to change and what you want to do? Thank you.
My seems to be getting muted quite a bit here, but I'll try and answer that. I would like to work on the board to help move things forward in a manner that everybody is happy with. I want to see everybody have a chance to express their thoughts and opinions and ideas, and I want to see it done in a fashion that respects everybody else's opportunities to do the same. By doing that, oiling the wheels, I suppose, I think we can get more done in less time and become a far more efficient board. That would be my goal.
Candidate Ross?
Yeah, I said this in my opening address, but based on my experience with insurance, I'm very interested in helping our board develop a solution to the property insurance issue so that loans can once again be offered to prospective Laguna Woods co-op buyers. I was one of the co-op buyers that came into Laguna Woods based on a loan. And if the current position is that we don't loan to Laguna Woods buyers in the future, then I would not have been able to move into Laguna Woods. And there's about 25% of the people that usually apply for loans when they move into United. And those people now have to either look elsewhere or look at moving into a condo. And I think if we want to, I think this is an incredibly important issue because a lot of our properties will either go up in value or down in value based on the positive outcome of this issue. So I'm hoping to spend quite a bit of time to help us get over the hurdle and find a resolution to this issue. Thank you.
Okay, everybody's had a chance to ask questions. Now, Grant, do you want to, we can go to voting on these now? Do you want to take over, Grant?
Would you like to go to a vote? Or would you like to give candidates, have them give closing statements?
All right, for the directors, we'll give each, and we'll go alphabetically, each candidate a closing statement for 2 minutes. Let's start with Ken Benson. Ken, would you have 2 minutes for a closing statement?
Thank you very much. First of all, I find this somewhat humorous that the other candidate here is Mr. Ross, having previously voted for him. So were I not running, he would be my favorite candidate. I am, so that's the difference. I would like to work to make the opportunity to work with the board to ensure our village is everything that it possibly can be. Over 55, almost 60 years of working, I've collected a lot of information in a whole lot of different places. And because of the nature of my jobs, one of the main things that I've learned is how to get along with people. I'm not, the friendliest guy in the world, but I'm pretty good at handling discussions and debates and arguments and turning them into productive conversation. So I'd like to take those as well as other additional skills that I've gotten along the line. And through my life, I've developed very certain skill sets that I believe can be helpful to this organization. And I would like to have a chance to present them to you. That's the end.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. Mr. Ross, you have 2 minutes for a closing statement.
Okay. Thank you very much to our board members and our members for giving me the opportunity to run for this position. And I'm hoping that I get your nod and get back onto the board so I can contribute to our community. I think my experience of having served as president and treasurer of United, and my familiarity with United and Third Corporation, Towers, GRF, VMS, Roberts Rules, and how all these boards interface with each other allows me to make a quick and running start from the day I'm elected back onto the board. I love the community. I've lived here for 6 years and want to help resolve member problems and maintain the greatness of our community. I'm good at working with people and good at working with board members, and I look forward to working with all of you should I be given the chance to come back to the board. Thank you very much.
Okay, the two candidates have used up their final brace for us. And now, Grant, do you want to take the election?
Absolutely. So for the directors that are attending via Zoom, please vote through a direct message to the conference organizer. You can see that by going to the chat function that it should be at the bottom of your screen. And if you open that up, there is a direction where it says to, and it says it should be default to hosts and panelists. What you want to do is you want to click on that caret there, and then you want to scroll down to the name that says conference organizer.
Grant,
Yes?
Grant, I don't see that on my MacBook. The last one on there is Shaban. I can't scroll down any further to see that particular. Although I see somebody, wait, maybe I do have it now. Yeah, I've got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm going.
I'd like to thank the two candidates for taking the time and the interest to apply here to serve the residents of United Mutual. And again, I can't thank you enough for taking the time and energy to get you involved here with the board. We're not only counting the Zoom ballots, but Grant had to go get some ballots for us here in the kiosk. That's why it's a little bit of a delay. So we appreciate your patience.
Director Lee, please at this time cast your vote. If you would like for me to repeat instructions, I certainly can.
Yeah, okay, I'm in the chat column, and at the bottom, I click the conference host, and then it says direct messages, and then there's a line. So I typed in, and how do I send it?
So make sure that you're sending it to the conference organizer direct message.
Yeah.
And then type in your vote, and then you could just press enter.
Where is enter? Oh, okay. See, I don't know. I went as far as typing the message, and I don't know how to enter. Where do I go to enter to send it to you?
You can just press enter on your keyboard.
Did you get it? No?
I have not received it. So you did type out your vote down. Let's see.
To conference host. Oh, okay. To press enter key, do you see? Oh, okay. Please vote. Okay.
Grant, why don't you send a private message to Director Lee, and she can respond that directly to you.
I have sent her a message.
Okay. Okay, I will send it to you.
You may reply to that message, and then with your vote, and press enter.
Let me see. Okay. I emailed you my.
Did you say? I apologize. Did you say that you are on a tablet, not a computer?
I'm in the laptop.
You're on a laptop? Okay. Director Lee, are you still having difficulties?
Yeah, but I send it to your private email. Yeah, I do.
To my email, I will check my email.
Yeah. Okay.
I do not see the email sent. If you'd like to resend it to my email.
Okay.
Grant, can you call her? It's going to be faster.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, got it. Did you get it?
Still waiting. One moment.
Well, it should have been gone. Let me see. Where? Let me see. Why don't you go ahead with the other members? Meantime, I will resend it, okay?
We have 9 votes. We just require the one.
Okay, then.
Grant, if you call her, it'll be much faster, like.
If yes, I can certainly do so. Give me one moment, please.
Sorry, guys. Friends? Yeah, I'm voting for Lenny.
Grant, if you have a majority by 9 people, then we don't need per vote.
Grant already got my vote.
Per, we heard your vote too. I think that Grant for sure heard your vote.
Grant, are we ready for the vote?
Yes. The results are, there are 8 votes for Lenny Ross, 2 votes for Ken Benson.
So eight, 8 for Lenny Ross?
That's correct.
And
There's
2 for Benson.
And 2 for Benson.
Okay, so Lenny Ross.
Lenny.
Lenny Ross, welcome aboard. You're a director, and you can stay on as remote. And Mr. Benson, thank you so much for contributing to us here, and I hope that you will stay in tune with us and get with the get with what's going on here in United, because we need people with your background to help us out. Thank you. Now we'll move on to number 11, the CEO report. Jeff?
Yes, sir. Good morning, board and members. The couple updates I have for you. First, COVID update, which I mentioned on Channel 6 this morning. Obviously, we have seen a real uptick in the, unfortunately, in the COVID numbers throughout the state of California and Orange County. The reported numbers for this last weekend were 22,945 cases. That is a uptick from the previous weekend of 15,000 cases. So you can see that we've seen almost 8,000 more cases in just this last weekend. We're averaging over 6,000 cases a day, which is a pretty high percentage of based on your population. The most important thing that we have tried to keep an eye on and update you on is that in 1 week's time, we went from a hospitalization rate of 545 to the reported weekend hospitalization of 964. So that's a significant increase in hospitalizations in just a 1 week period of time. Also, with regards to ICUs, they've gone up from 104 to 140, so an additional 36 ICU situations included in that hospitalization number. The impact, obviously, on that is one, that people are still getting a number of people getting very sick, that they have to be hospitalized. But with that high number, you start to have an impact on hospitalizations in Orange County with regards to being able to take care of other service levels that they have besides COVID. So again, the reason for the state of California going through the steps of the mask requirements of wearing masks indoors, that requirement has been extended to February 15th and will be reevaluated in the early weeks of February to see whether it's going to get extended beyond that. That is why the action to move forward with going virtual, because of the need to protect not only our residents, but also our board members and our employees, because we have seen upticks in cases throughout the village as well. In Laguna Woods in total, and that, remember, this is the city's reporting, we saw also in this time frame of 1 week uptick from 663 cases to 726 cases. And thankfully, no additional fatalities with regards to that. So again, to our residents, we are going virtual with regards to all our board meetings and committee meetings until such time as the mandate from the state is removed. And we will, obviously that will last for sure until February 15th. And at that time, we'll be able to announce whether or not that's been relaxed or if they're going to continue to have that mandate move forward with regards to the masking requirements as we know it. The other thing I wanted to that's related to going virtual with the meetings is we did have a planned meeting with regards to a discussion about our bus service and a opportunity that we were looking at with regards to partnering with AgeWell as part of our bus service. That was scheduled for Friday the 14th at Clubhouse 2. That's being rescheduled as a virtual meeting on the 21st, which is the following Friday at 9:30 in the morning. It will also be televised live, virtual. Part of it will be also televised as we do our board meetings with regards to TV6. So people will be able to comment virtually if they go on to the virtual meeting. Also, they'll be able to watch it on TV6 and submit letters ahead of time or submit emails after they're watching that with regards to questions. And then our anticipation is to ultimately have a meeting in which we would have actual people in the building. And that would, whether that's in Clubhouse 5 or Clubhouse 2, will to be determined by the health environment that we have. And that will be scheduled sometime in mid to late February, again, depending on the requirements and obligations that we have under the state law and Orange County Authority. So that's the update on COVID and our upcoming meeting that I wanted to indicate. We also have a short presentation on the solid waste transition timeline that we're going through. As you know, we have been impacted by a state law that was put in place and the obligation for the city of Laguna Woods to implement that state law. And of course, it directly affects us at the village here. So if I can get Grant to pull up that PowerPoint presentation, I'll walk you through that. You can go on to page 2, Grant. All right, real quick here, the organics recycling is what we're really focused on. And this is a obligation that came out of a state legislation that was passed, 1383, that requires organics to be recycled separately from just regular trash. In the past, you could put organics in your regular trash can, and no longer can you do that. And the reason for this is, again, to get organics out of the landfills and into some kind of separate recycling plant. So with regards to this, it all kicked off on January 1st. And just to remind people, one of the processes is that the city of Laguna Woods went through a process of getting a new waste hauler, and that started last year. They picked CR&R as the new hauler, and their obligation was to get this kicked off as of January 1st. The CR&R delivery of organics carts started this last week, and those carts have been delivered to our residents. And this, in the case of United, as you know, we have bins in a number of different locations, and a map was put together and trying to strategically look for places to place these carts so that we could meet the state mandate and yet not necessarily have carts in every single location because of the cost associated with it. Trash and regular recycling cart delivery. As you know, because this changed from CR&R, swapping out waste management's trash and recycling carts, they're working on that, and we're going to be going through that all the way through the week of January 17th. And it will, as expected, to take at least 2 weeks to get this implementation of all these carts and processes taken care of. Next slide, please. With regards to trash and regular recycling bin delivery, excuse me, CNR began to swap out the waste management's 3-yard bins for their 3-yard bins, and on January 3rd, and they have 100 bins a week that they were going to be in that process of swapping out. So again, it's a 2 to 3 week process to get all those bins swapped out. Regarding the bulky item collection process, there will be a new program put in place come February, but obviously this week, CRR will conduct their one last third Saturday bulky item pickup on January 15th. So you need to call in, just as residents have in the past, for a bulky item pickup. And again, this Saturday is the last one that will be operated in the old manner. And then in the future, there's going to be a weekly process where there is bulky item pickup, and there is a map and a practice of zones for the village, and there'll be various zones, and you will be provided that information of which you're zoned in, and then you'll have actually weekly bulky item pickup opportunities. Next slide. So back to the organics for a minute. This is wanted to just give a visual of what you can put in to the recycling items with regards to organics. So the yes to food, obviously that's the number one organic element, as you can see in the list. Yes to pet food, as indicated there. Yes to soil paper, coffee filters, napkins, plates, tea bags, towels, a number of things there. And then also yes to greenery. And the reason for that and putting that in is that not only do people have flowers and house plants and stuff like that that they can throw into the organics, but the thing I wanted to mention was you may have a neighbor that's living in a community outside of Laguna Woods, and they may have specifically a green waste container, and they're being told, hey, you can throw your organics into a green waste container. Well, as you know, we don't have specific green waste containers. We do our collection of our green stuff in the sense of our landscaping. All that goes to our mulching system that we have with our landscaping department. Right now, we're not in the capacity to add food waste to that. So we do have to recycle our organics separately. But if you happen to have a flower or a house plant, you can add that to the organics. Next slide, please. So what can't you do? So these are the no's. No cardboard, glass, metal, aluminum, pet waste, plastics, or polystyrene. Those are the items that cannot be put in this organic can. They either have to be in the recyclable or they need to be in the regular trash. So that's important. Next slide. Organics, recycling, and the cart use, how-tos. Before being placed in the organic cart, organic waste may be bagged in a get that word right, or paper bags, or they can wrap it in newspaper. So you don't have to just have a liquid. You can put it in a can and then pour that into the organic cart. That is acceptable. There is also through CR&R, they are going to make available for sale a little cart that they have that you can put in your house, a small container that you can buy from them, but you don't have to. You can use paper bags, you can wrap it in newspaper, and then you can just throw that into the organics recycling container. The final comment was obviously, please close the lid. That has to do with all of our composting and any of our organics. You want to keep the lid closed. Next page, please. So the contact information. If you have a related question on your trash, we want to make sure everybody understands that with regards to this new rollout of everything, we need United residents to not call resident services We're not in the position to handle the phone calls, and we thought it more directly responsible of CR&R and the city to address this. So the CR&R and the city has established a call center for all those trash and recycling and organic questions and concerns. And that telephone number is right there. You can call CR&R at 949-625-6735. You can also email the company at Laguna Woods Recycles at crrmail.com. And also the city has their email at cityoflagunaWoods.org/WLWVorganics.com. So those are 3 ways you can, if you need additional questions answered, or if you have a specific question, you can give them a call and they will be responding to all the information with regards to our operations here. Next slide. So one of the key parts that is still in the works, and we've been working with CR&R and the city that we thought was really critical, and we keep harping on them to step up and get this done, is that there's going to be a community-wide informational letter that's going out to all of the residents, showing them the map. So there's an interactive map on the website, and then a hard copy map to our residents, so they know where these carts are at. They know where they can find where the closest one is and the most convenient to them, and the information with regards to what you can and can't do, kind of what I described already. And that's the critical part of that we've been asking the city and CR&R to get out to our residents so they understand the whole complexity of this new program. Again, the focus and the reason for this law was to eliminate this organic waste from going into landfills as a way to get the reduction in methane gas in the state of California, and to address issues as global warming from the state's perspective. So this is an obligation that is a requirement on all cities to do. And of course, that gets passed down to the residents of both United and Third, as well as, I can tell you with regards to GRF, because it's clubhouses and operations as it's that, they have actually been and that implemented a couple of years ago. So we've been doing that at GRF already. This is now an obligation that's coming on to our residents. And the goal is to get 75%, and that is going to be determined in the next year by the requirement under the city to require CR&R to go out and actually measure waste. They're going to weigh it, and they'll know by the weight of what organics adds to trash, they'll be able to determine whether or not we've met our obligation. If at that point in time we haven't met our obligation within the village, then additional carts are going to be required, additional processes are going to be required, which will just add additional cost to the residents of the village. And with that, includes my real quick update on organics and how our trash process is moving forward. And I will turn it over to Siobhan if she has any additional information.
Thank you, Jeff. Honorable President, members of the board, I'm just going to have one quick announcement this morning in the interest of time, and that is that our first mulch day will be held January 21st through the 24th at clubhouses 3, 4, and 5, and mulch will be delivered to the location each day by 9 a.m. Please remember to bring your shovel and your own container to pick up the mulch. Again, that is January 21st through 24th at clubhouses 3, 4, and 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Siobhan.
Sorry, can I ask one question from Jeff?
Nada, what's your question?
Just one quick question.
To who? To who are you addressing the question?
Jeff.
Okay, Jeff.
Mr. Jeff Parker.
Yes.
Address your question.
Jeff, yesterday I was in Ronda, Granada, and one of these recycle bins, I mean the new one, the organic recycle can, was in middle of the street. I just want to know how because all the residents is just kind of wondering what's going on. If you can just more describe it to them that it's going to be organized, or however, I don't know what you guys want to do with it. Thank you.
So in a scenario like that, there's really two things I'd recommend. Number one, make sure that the resident calls the number that I just mentioned, CR&R at 949-625-6735, because it sounds like it was potentially placed in the wrong. They can also, in that one particular area, if there's a follow-up, if they can want to send an email to us here at Laguna Woods Village, then we'll work with our general services to follow up with CR&R and make sure it's in the right place.
You mean it's not going to next to the other trash can that we have?
It should. That's why I'm not sure, Nada, without specifics, we would want to coordinate to make sure it was in the right place.
Okay, thank you.
Director Torn, you have a question for our staff?
Yes, for Seafood Jeff. We frequently heard residents complain about situations in the community. Is it possible that you send VMS send someone just specifically walk around and then check if there's any problems rather than require residents to report these issues? I'm sure these issues are, if you can proactively find a problem, it will be to your credit. If people start complaining about it, that will increase the work request and that kind of issue. So is it possible to send somebody to walk around and check and maybe even receive some kind of request right on the spot? Thank you. That will definitely help out.
It's a good point, Andre, and we do have staff that are doing that right now as the implementation is going on.
And Director Lee, do you have a question for staff?
Yes, I have a question to Jeff. Now, you were talking about the small container that each household can buy. Now, when would this be available, and where they can they buy it, and what is the cost?
I don't have the exact cost in front of me, but again, that would be the 949-625-6735 or the email address. This would be through CR&R. They're the hauler themselves that they're going to make that available for sale. Okay. I don't have the actual price.
My follow-up question is, can we, I can't imagine all these residents calling that number. Can we work with the CR&R and put out the outlines, very simple outline, very informative outline on the Channel 6 for residents to see it, to get the information? Is it possible?
Yes, that is possible. We've been talking about making arrangements for CR&R to be on Channel 6 to go through.
That would be great.
Go through all of this, and the letter that's going to be sent out to the residents I think will be very helpful in explaining some of the details and diagram what they can and can't.
I agree.
Can I make a quick comment? I think our group, Jeff, you're doing a good job. This is a statewide requirement, and I think we are one step ahead. Thank you.
Director Ascari.
Thank you. I want to just to add regarding to this matter, January 21 at 9:30. I was informed that there is a virtual meeting. Is it correct, Mr. Jeff? So people can go there and ask their questions or their concern, what can go to the bins or not. Again, it's going to be January 21 at 9:30, and it is a virtual meeting regarding to this matter. This is the email that we received, Mr. Parker, yesterday.
So the meeting, on the 21st, that is for the transportation information meeting, not trash.
Not for the trash, because it was one email.
It was, but it was a headline transportation informational meeting rescheduled.
Okay, okay. Thank you for correction. And also, one quick question. You said that we can put plants or those plants that is died or something, they can put it there. Is the dirt with that can go to that bins or not? We should take the dirt off, and what is about that? Can I just put a waste that I don't want to just dump it there?
That's a good question. I would think that would it be advisable that it just be the plant, but I'm sure there's going to be some dirt with it, and in that case, it would be acceptable.
Okay, thank you so much.
Director Torn, you have another comment?
Yes, I have a follow-up question on about VMS. That I asked about VMS maybe have a person walking around and solve these problems right on the spot rather than wait until they report. Because sometimes I walk around, I receive a lot of requests that are not in the radar of VMS. So my question on this one is, you mentioned that you are implementing that process at this point. Is it possible that we receive a report on that, and or at least a count on that? What are the major problems that we encountered, and that board members should be paying attention to? And if we walk around, those are the issues that we may also receive. If we can get a report on that on the in the future CEO report. Thank you very much.
Okay, if there's no further comments.
This is a question
But,
for Jeff.
you haven't been recognized. Now, you just had your turn. What do you want?
I think I can answer the question. Yes,
Right.
I think we're going to want to look at the program, and we're continuing to follow it because obviously there's an obligation for CNR to fulfill their obligation under their contract with the city. So we'll be updating that, and certainly in February, you have the bulky item program is going to change, and so we'll be evaluating how that's working. So that should be able to give an update to the boards on how everything's folding out.
Thank you, Jeff. Director Ascari.
Mr. Parker, I just checked the email, and in the email says January 14 is for transportation meeting, and January 21 is for the waste. I want to just residents knows. I mean, I am just giving what I read about that. January 14 virtual meeting is about transportation, and January 21 about it. You can correct us if we are wrong in that email.
So I'm not sure what email you're referencing. I do know that we sent a blast out. The transportation meeting has been rescheduled. It was scheduled for the 14th. It's been rescheduled to the 21st at 9:30. And the reason for the 9:30 timeframe was so that the virtual meeting can be televised on the transportation issue. I'm not aware of any meeting on the 21st for trash.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff and Siobhan. Now, can we move on to item number 12, which is a consent calendar? We have 5 items on the consent calendar. I'll read them off one at a time. And as you know here, if you read your docket, all matters listed under the consent calendar are recommended for action by committee and will be enacted by the board by one motion. In the event that an item is removed from the consent calendar by members of the board, such items or item shall be subject to further discussion and action by the board. So item number A under 12 is the consistent with the statutory regulations under Civil Code 5501, a committee of the board consisting of the treasurer and at least one board member review the United Woods Mutual preliminary finance for the month of November 2021. Such review is hereby ratified. Item B, recommendation from the Landscape Committee. Approve the tree removal request 2061-A Via Mariposa, 1 Canary Island Pine. Item C, under 12, recommendation from the Finance Committee. Approve a resolution for recording a lien against member ID 947-406-19. Item D, update officer resolution. And E, approve, renew the United Subleasing and Transfer Trust documents approved in November 2021, and sub-review is hereby ratified. I have Director English.
I move that we accept items 12A, B, C, D, and E in the consent calendar.
All right, we have a motion to accept the consent calendar forwarded by Director English. Do we have a second?
I second.
And Director Akrakar seconded. Now it's open for debate. All right, Director Ascari.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding to the number A, in the finance meeting, I mentioned 2 items, and one was misplaced by the account for a contingency, 400,000 about. Another one was not matching the cash compared to the registration bank, which was 8,000. Both of them confirmed by the finance department, and I was told that they are correcting for the next meeting that we have. Since I have not seen until next meeting, at this point, I cannot ratify as a treasurer this one, and I am requesting or making a motion to move this one to unfinished business until we see this correction, and then we can ratify that one.
All right, Director Ascari, what's 12A removed from the consent calendar and moved down to unfinished business until her request is satisfied? Okay. Do we have any issues with that? Okay, well, that will be removed then and put down under unfinished business. Director Reza Bastani.
Regarding item E, this came up in the agenda meeting, and I asked them to revise it to say, instead of approve, to say discuss, but it's not been put in here as discussed. So I don't know what happened. Why did it change? Why? Can you?
Well, Director Bastani, this is the consent calendar. Are you requesting that it be removed from the consent calendar?
Yeah, this was discussed in the agenda prep meeting. It was supposed to go from consent calendar to unfinished business, and the wording was supposed to change from approved to discuss.
Okay, so Director Bastani wants item 12A removed from the consent calendar and go into unfinished business. Now, I'd like to have a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended. That is B, C, and D are okay, and A and B are to go to the unfinished business. Do I have a move for that?
Yes.
Clarify that we're talking about A and E move to
A and E. A and E are be taken and put in unfinished business. So I need a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended, B, C, and D.
I make the motion.
I second it.
All right, it's motion and seconded. Any further discussion? None. Then the consent calendar 12A has been amended to include exclude item A, item E to be unfinished business, and B, C, and D as written are accepted in the consent calendar. Okay, unfinished business. Let's talk about the A, which is coming down from 12A is now 13A, correct? And that's consistent with the statutory obligations under Civil Code 5501, a subcommittee of the board consisting of the treasurer and at least one other board member reviewed the United Laguna Woods Mutual preliminary financials for the month in November. All right, let's discuss it.
Mr. Chair, there is no discussion. We are waiting for new information from VMS staff for next finance committee, and then we can ratify. I was informed that they already did it, but because we received on paper and information in finance committee, which is later in the February, and then in January, sorry.
So
there is no discussion.
Ascar, you want to recommend this on for further discussion in the next meeting, or? So I recommended this be under unfinished, and I am sure by next month we can ratify that one. All right, so you
No
want it
problem.
under unfinished business go to the February meeting. Is that correct?
Correct. And there is no discussion. I am guessing, I cannot talk for other, but I am guessing there is no discussion. I was informed, and it is correct. Just we need it for the next month. We check it and ratify, and that's all.
I would second her motion.
All right, the motion is forwarded by Director Ascari and seconded by Director English. Any more discussion? Okay, so it'll be on our January business. Okay, and
February business.
And
Mr. Chair, do you
Director,
mean the
let's go
February
to,
unfinished business?
12E,
February.
February.
Thank you.
And 12E, approved and review the U.S. subleasing, the review of United Subleasing Transfer of Trust, and documents approved on November 2021. Such review is hereby ratified. All right, so now that comes off the consent calendar and is now 13B. Director Bastani, do you want to give us some your viewpoint on this?
There is no.
We have to see what exactly is involved before we can comment on it.
Right.
So what do you want? What do you want to do with this? You want more information? You want to refer it? What? I don't understand. Director Blackwell.
Anthony, there is no inclusion in our agenda package of that item, so I don't know what we can do with it.
There was an agenda, Maggie.
Siobhan?
I commented on.
Siobhan? You're muted. Can't hear you. Siobhan, you're muted.
Sorry, thank you. This is 12E in your agenda packets. It's included in the packet. I do want to mention that we discussed this at closed session last month, and it has been referred to committee for review in terms of the membership transfers. Thank you.
I agree. I'm looking at the page. There is a 12E, page 1 and 2. Director Casey, yeah, unmute yourself.
Yeah, I was just going to say, does that have to do with the GRF resolution that was made in the December meeting, or is that something different?
No, last month we discussed the membership transfer process, and it was referred to the governing documents committee.
Okay.
So this then has come out of governing documents, Siobhan?
No, that matter is going to governing documents. This is a monthly review of transfers. This is a systematic approval every month. And Pamela's online if you have further questions.
Okay, Pamela, will you grace us with your intelligent information on this stuff, please?
The President, my hand is up.
Well, I want to ask staff first. You've had your talk. I'll come back to you. I want to get some more information that'll help us make a decision. Staff, Pamela Bashline, are you on, Lord?
Yes, I am. Good morning, directors. This particular item is, as Siobhan mentioned, a systematic process for the board designated staff to approve simple trust transfers only. These are people who are currently members and they want to put their membership in a trust. There's no other qualification needed. They're existing members. There's no material difference in the ownership between Montauk Kettle and their trust. So those are the only ones that staff reviews. And the board also designated staff to approve first-time subleases. There's, again, no review of the lessee. We're looking primarily at the reason that the owner is subleasing now because of new legislation regarding unreasonable restraints, quote unquote. There is a much higher volume of people who buy today and they're subleasing it to someone else. Maybe a relative, but oftentimes a disinterested third party. So I have not had a chance to look at the number of those first-time subleases in December, but I wanted to review them to let you as a board know what percentage of those first-time subleases are people who just purchased within the last couple of months. It's just a beautiful little investment for them versus other people who bought to live here. You'll notice in the leasing report that I believe United is now at 10%. Prior to that, you had been 8%, 9%, kind of bouncing around. But the number is increasing because of legislative changes. So I'm happy to answer any other questions there might be.
Thank you. Let's see. Director Casey, I haven't heard from you on this issue.
Okay, well, you know, this is a big concern of mine because I am approving a lot of resales and I see that a lot of married couples are buying as sole separate property. And even though their assets are joint, they do a joint tax return, they have joint assets in their financial records. And what is the point of this, except that maybe they get lost and they have two properties? I mean, I don't know. I asked, can we get a report on it? Can I see, you know, a person who's purchased separately and then a joint? And I don't know if that can be produced. So I don't understand why there's such a big amount of this happening right now. And so to me, it seems like a loophole. In United, you can only own one unit. And if they buy it as a separate property and put a tenant in there, you know, what's preventing them from buying a second one? That's my question.
Pamela Bashline, do you have can you help out Director Casey?
We currently do not track when a married couple buys a sole and separate property, but anytime there is an inheritance or another sale, we're checking the Social Security number, the resident ID number, the resident name to ensure that someone is not owning two co-ops. There are many instances these days where people of a certain age who didn't used to get divorced, today get divorced like they're changing a pair of socks. And so when they buy something for their mother to live in, they don't want to own it in joint tenancy with their husband. It is it is that individual taking care of his or her mother that he wants to own it himself because his children, which are not a part of the current marriage, is who he wants to inherit this unit. So, depending upon other priorities for IT, I know they are very busy right now trying to find a new platform for us. If we need to create a report that going forward can track married couples buying a sole and separate property, I'm sure that we can accomplish that. But we don't currently track that information.
Please make sure your microphone is on. Please make sure your microphone is on.
I'm sorry. Director Ardani, we haven't heard from you.
Just, I want to, about the trust, Pamela, you're talking about. What qualification or how they can do it if somebody want to do that? Do you need anything special from them or anybody can do that?
Pamela?
Director Ardani, anyone who is a current member and has, after the fact of purchase, now created a trust and wants their membership to be in the trust, they want to fund the trust with their membership, they can do so without any further qualification. They've already qualified for membership. Now they are just protecting it from public view by putting it in their trust.
Okay, thanks.
Answer your question?
Thank you, Pamela. And for the leasing, I just want to tell you, I'm looking for the leasing for one of my clients, and I went for 2-bedroom. As you said, that everybody's renting the home. We have just 5 units on the market for leasing for 2-bedroom. It's very short of inventory, Pamela. I don't think so. Everybody buying it and renting it. I wish, because everybody's looking for rent, but we don't have anything on the market.
Thank you, Director Ardani. Director Bastani.
Thank you. I don't have any problem with this as long as we observe the bylaws and we don't change the bylaws. That's the only concern I have. As long as we stick to the bylaws and the precedences that there's been there, I don't have any problem with transfers. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bastani. Okay, Board, what do we want to do? Do we want to approve this, or do you want to send it back to committee? Director Blackwell. You're muted.
I move that we approve this confirmation checklist and process.
All right, so it's been a motion by Director Blackwell to approve this item. It's now 13B. It's been seconded by Director English. And is there any more discussion? If not, let's take a vote on this to see if we approve it or disapprove it. So vote on your the monitor there.
I can take a roll call vote if
Can we take the?
Go ahead. Graham, what are you saying? Graham, you're out of order. Graham, what are you saying?
Would you like me to take a roll call vote? Yes. All right.
Yes, well, we've already discussed it. We're going for a vote. Roll call vote. You're out of order. Roll call vote.
I want to know what.
Roll call
I want to know what I'm voting for.
Go ahead.
I want to know what I'm voting for.
The vote currently is to approve the review of the United subleasing and transfer of trust documents approved in November 2021, and such review is hereby ratified.
All right, so vote and...
Mr. President, can you ask if there is opposition? Because I think everybody agree with that, what Maggie said.
All right,
just suggest.
if there are, I don't see any negative hands. Pat, do you agree with this?
Yes, I do.
Director Akrakar agrees. So here we all agree. If there's no negative votes, then the motion passes.
Before we move on, just as a clarification, from Pamela, if we could, was it a November or December for the checklist?
I didn't understand what you're saying.
The checklist in the packet are for December transactions.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Are we good to go, Grant?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the only items now we on unfinished business. So let's go to item number 14, new business.
Before we move on, I do apologize. There was a resident trying to speak on an item during the consent calendar on Zoom and was not able to speak at that time. Would you like to allow them to speak right now?
Sure.
Okay. I will move Richard Rader over.
I didn't see him up on a monitor here.
For attendees, it's a little bit harder to see them. You may begin.
I still don't see his name on the monitor.
He's down at the bottom.
Oh, here he is. I see him at the bottom now. And he's muted.
Before I make a comment, may I ask, is it not the way to raise your hand and to pose a question or say that you have a comment in the chat? I've done that several times during this meeting, and each time it's not been recognized. Have I followed the correct procedure?
I guess you have, Dick, but on my monitor here, I don't have a copy of the chat box. I only have people when they're raising their hands. I don't see any chat box on my monitor here.
Does Grant also see what you see? And does Grant monitor the chat box?
I do. I have seen it. I do apologize if there was any oversights during the time. I'll make sure to keep a close lookout.
Yeah, it's important because it's not just me. There may be other residents who are viewing this and want to make comment. I just wanted to say that I think that the issue Diane raised perhaps should go to governing docs. And Maggie, please make note of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rader. Now, going on to item 14, new business, sub-item A, discuss and consider amendment to the clutter policy. Do we have any comments from directors on the clutter policy? And that's item 12A. No, I'm sorry, it's item 14A, looking it up now. I'll read this off to you in case you don't have it. Discuss and consider amendment to the clutter policy. On December 16th, 2021, the Governing Documents Review Committee reviewed, discussed, and consider amendment to the clutter policy. The committee discussed, made the following changes to the clutter policy. Conditions, Section 5. Items that constitute a nuisance to one's neighbor should not be placed in common areas. And then the red area there, or exclusive use common areas. Examples of intrusive wind chimes, food, water, which will attract birds, insects, and other animals. And then the red section here, or any objects which are offensive or objectionable. City of Laguna Woods Municipal Code, Section 5.20.070. Residents are encouraged to resolve amicably differences and disputes involving such items. And I made the motion to make these changes and forward it to the matter to legal counsel for review and approval without objection. The motion passed. Do we have any issues with that?
We have directors Blackwell, Bastani, Asghari, and Torre who wish to make
All right, I'm
comments.
going to start up here on the top to the left with Director Blackwell.
Thank you. This just moves these items into exclusive use common areas. So things that are a nuisance like wind chimes and objectionable things should not be in exclusive, shouldn't be on your patio either. I mean, if they're going to annoy people, if they're on the common area, they will certainly annoy them if they're on the patio above. So that's why we're adding in exclusive use common areas. That's a technicality. We're
Okay.
adding in
Director Bastani, are you done, Director Blackwell?
any objects which are offensive or objectionable. So it's something that they would object to anyway, and that goes to compliance for determination. It isn't just somebody complains and it goes through the compliance session. So the member is protected because he can say, look, this doesn't fit or whatever. And the complainer is also protected through anonymity, as usual. And that's it. And Jeff agrees with this. It's appropriate. And in the package, he has documentation in the white pages to show that this is okay and legal. It's not a big extension. It's just a little one. Thank you.
Director Bastani.
I'm not quite sure what offensive means here. Are you talking about anti-Semite, things like that? Or what is offensive? It's a very subjective issue.
Thank you. Director Asghari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, there is a huge, I think, is going to be a problem with these two things that you added. The first one, these items that are creating a problem for neighbors, you said it should not be in common area, which is absolutely correct. But when you adding other things like patio and things, as Maggie explained, so is it okay if I stand near my window inside and bother my neighbor? Is it okay because I am inside? So anyway, we should not add this stuff because exclusive use area is like a balcony that people put in their own personal things and they have the right to use it. And more important, adding this, any object which are offensive or objectionable, who can say what is offensive? Who is judged for this board? I want to bring attention of all board members. Please do not create something that really bring cost and discussion among neighbors. We have lots of people from different backgrounds, from different countries, from different even continents. What is offensive to me is to my neighbor actually is art. To me, a picture of naked woman is offensive, but actually to my friend, which has in the board, in the wall, in the room, is an art. The way she's talking about that naked body, I am amazed how she is seeing as an art. Who can say what is offensive, what is not? This brings lots of letters to the Department of Complaints. And who is going to be the judge? The head of the department is a judge that this item is offensive. This is not. This is not should be there, and I am asking board members, please not bring really harder things, especially coming to the election time. I received this email that I am reading for you last year during the election. I received an email from a resident who finds many American flags displayed around the village to be offensively nationalistic. These residents want flags that are colorful but not connected to any political ideas. I respond to her that people have idea about the flag, and I am not bringing that one to the board. Probably that resident's hearing me right now. And I said, no, we cannot say this stuff. These are people that putting these kind of things really, really create problem. Please do not bring more problem for the VMS staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Casey.
Yeah, I stepped in for a resident advisory meeting, and a member was not allowed to have her own chairs out in her little court that is in front of her back door. So she shares, a long area that the back doors have their own little section, but her neighbor refused to let her have a barbecue, refused to let her sit outside, to have a patio furniture. I mean, and because that she would call compliance all the time, they would tell her they could not do that. Now that seems so unfair that you have this little area, you could sit outside and talk, and you have a neighbor that just doesn't want you to have a life. So I think we can't restrict these things and allow compliance to, make people uncomfortable living in their own place. All right, that's all I have.
All right, so you're like Director Ascari, you don't like this item, is that right? Do I hear you right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'm talking to
President.
Director Casey. Do you agree with this, Director Ascari?
Oh, you mentioned my name.
Director Blackwell.
Thank you. Of course, this has to go to compliance, and then compliance takes it to the committee, and the committee decides. And if they say, no, the dog barking is okay, or the wind chimes are okay, they're not intrusive, or the religious statue is okay because it's on the balcony, or whatever, then the discussion ends there. It isn't that every single thing that somebody complains about is going to be a hatchet to the neighbor. It's not. We all know people complain about everything, but this at least allows some things to be brought before the board. I mean, brought before the committee or before compliance. Objects which are offensive or objectionable. The architecture committee does not approve things which are not in aesthetic balance. Well, what is aesthetic balance? It is a subjective decision made by the architecture committee when the item comes before them. And they say, no, that's okay. And so then it's okay. But if you have somebody that's got swastikas or pornography, I mean real pornography, not a naked statue. Naked statues are not allowed in the common area, but they have been allowed on balconies and things like that. They have to be of good taste and not pornographic. But you don't want your neighbor with pornographic stuff or swastikas or hate things on their exclusive use property, because they wouldn't be allowed to do that if they rented, and actually they're only renting this unit, they don't own it. So that is how we have the right for a little more control. Otherwise, your neighbor can put up
innumerable stuff up there that people might find very offensive, and we can have nothing to say, and it will affect the property value of the neighbor who's trying to rent their place or sell it. And that's the basis. If we don't want to, on page 14A, it says, nothing that will increase the rate of insurance on any building or any property corporation or the content which will obstruct or interfere with the rights of members of the corporation or annoy them by unreasonable noises or otherwise, nor will it commit or permit any nuisance in or about the dwelling unit or the premises. And that is already in our governing document. That is in our occupancy agreement, Article 5, and that's not going to be changed at all. So all of these things go in front. Sometimes compliance just goes out and looks at the, we don't see it as a problem. And so the same person can keep calling up and complaining, but compliance will not go against the member who has this item because they don't feel it is important enough or improper enough to go ahead. So not every complaint is pushed and not every complaint results in fines. You have to go through 3 steps before you get to any punishment. So I don't think you really have to worry about it. You don't need it, but then if you're trying to sell, think of a realtor, if you're trying to sell the unit next door and they've got swastikas or they've got pornographic stuff all over their balcony or in their patio, is that going to affect the sale or the lease of the neighboring property? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Torm.
Yes, I would like to talk about this issue a little bit. I have some concern about this offensive and or objectionable words. This is not enforceable. Okay, I give you several examples. I've seen people putting notes on there that says hate has no place, no home here. You've all seen that. Okay, somebody put it on the window, and the next door neighbor complained, go walking by and say, this is offensive to me. Okay, so what are we going to do? Okay, that's a personal taste. Okay, and also we have the issue of Black Lives Matters. Okay, people feel offensive on that. Okay, that's national move. And also from the police, that's a national move. Whether it's right or wrong, that's faith discussion. You cannot object to free speech. Okay, so that kind of thing. So is that a freedom of speech for your share information or share your opinion on things, or is that offensive and objectionable? I don't think that's enforceable. Okay, that's going to be a big problem for us. Okay, of course, it will make lawyers make a lot of money, but that's the issue at this point. But we need to look at it and say, will that cause us more problems? As far as Maggie has mentioned that it will come to the committee to make decisions. From one of my experience, it's not. Okay, let me give you an example. I received a complaint that somebody write a complaint to the compliance department and say, I discriminate women. Okay, and then in that same statement it says someone has already deleted that statement. I cannot defend that. There is no evidence. Okay, I don't know why I received that kind of a complaint. Okay, it's supposed to compliance supposed to do some investigation according to their SOP. Supposed to do some investigation and present the investigation to the committee for discussion. I don't know if they present the investigation at all at this point. So they just pass it on to the offender. And also when we apply for permit application, we want to make changes to that one. We receive, we have to supply a signature of a list of signatures that say we like it, we agree with this neighbor's proposal, the application. But when the complaint comes, one person can make a complaint. Whether this person feel offensive or objectionable or not. So this is going to cause a lot more problems. Okay, and so the compliance needs to do some investigation first before they accuse person, okay, residents or a member, okay. But for offensive, who's making that decision of offensive? And somebody give me an example of what's offensive, okay? Not to the extreme case, but to the controversial case, okay? Like I mentioned, the Black Lives Matter and hate has no home and the defund the police. All these issues are free speech up to discussion at this point. There's no need to make it a law and say it's offensive so you don't have free speech anymore. So that's my comment. And also, I would suggest that the compliance starts sharing their investigation with the board, with the committee, so we know what has been done, rather than just a bogus accusation and the email sent to the accused resident or member, and that causes big headache for people. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Torn. Director Ardani?
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to know the opinion of this resolution. I want that Jeff Bowman give us the opinion about the objective and offensive at these kind of words that they put it in the resolution. And the other things that I want to make a motion to not to agree or reject this resolution, just go for another meeting for discussing about it. And the other things I want to say that Maggie, unfortunately, feeling of the compliance when they go over there and say that, oh, okay, we feeling that this is not the problem. Actually, the problem started from that point, because a lots of people I'm hearing in the resident advisory and the member hearing, they came and say that you guys doing the discrimination. They are accepting, for example, that neighbor putting 5 pots and the other neighbor cannot have even one. Because of that, I think we should have a rule and we stick with that rule and we do it for everybody, not the feeling. Don't put the feeling in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Nardani. Now I'd like to ask for our legal counsel what he thinks of this item. Jeff?
Yes, thank you, Anthony, and good afternoon, everybody. I think we all need to put the brakes on here and back up and understand what your role is. As board members, you routinely make decisions that involves and requires you exercising your judgment. And those decisions are based on what you feel is best for United in the community. In this case, the terms offensive or objectionable are terms that you're supposed to use in making decisions as to whether or not any given complaint in your mind is objective or is objectionable or offensive to the community. And there's many rules that are in place right now that require this of you. And there's many business decisions that you make that requires you to exercise your judgment, you personally, in making a decision which you feel is best for the community or which you feel is offensive or objectionable to the community. So it's a provision that's used in many rules, many laws. In fact, the jury system operates on the same type of standards. The jury system often requires jurors to make decisions based on what a reasonable, prudent person would do in the same situation. And many times people that are up to be sued or to go to jail are relying on the jury to determine whether or not that person acted as a reasonable person would have acted in the same situation. So that's up to the jury to decide based on their judgment whether that person acted reasonably. And it's the same here. If a complaint comes before the board has to decide whether or not the complaint involves something that is offensive or objectionable. Let's say somebody starts a compost pile on their balcony. You can't expect in a rule to address every situation that may come up. You have to have some general provisions that allow you to apply that to every scenario that may come up. If someone has a compost pile on their balcony, which we learned from Jeff Parker today, involves organics and piling of organics, letting them get in a situation where they're decomposing, and during that decomposition process, there's odors and smells and smoke, and someone may feel that's objectionable. But in another community, people may like that because they like that type of practice and conduct. But you have to have the discretion as a board to decide what is objectionable, what is offensive to the community. And the answer is this is enforceable. And these provisions are in many communities and in many laws. If you feel that you're not comfortable with it, then you have the right to change it. This is a rule that's drafted and approved by you, the board. But my response to the question is very simple. It is legal, it is enforceable, and it's a very commonly used term.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, Director Ascari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things. First of all, Maggie, you said let's come to the compliance, and they decided what is objective, what is not, what is offensive, what not. We have 6,323. Already this department is full of letters that every day they receive. So by having this one, can you just for a second close your eyes and how much that department should be extended? By next, I am sure they are coming and asking for 2 more people should be hired for compliance, because lots of people coming and they have to go follow all of them, which item is offensive, not. As I mentioned, we are a community that comes all around the world. What is offensive to me is not offensive for a Chinese. What is offensive to Chinese, maybe it's not offensive for me, but we are both neighbors. And we have from Middle East, we have African Americans, we have Muslims, we have Jewish, we have all kinds different. And offensive is not. I understand what Mr. Bowman said, but can you imagine how many a small plane can go? Not to mention, Mr. Bowman, this is a very good one to be there for, keep you on your toes, that they're defending us, and we appreciate your work because you're always in our side. But lots of a small claim is going to come up because some people is not going to be convinced by saying, oh, this is offensive. I think, as Mr. Bowman mentioned, that is up to us. We decided to have this one or not. I am saying, let's not bring more complicated things to this retirement place. The election is coming pretty soon again. Can you imagine how many offensive letters can go to their compliance and they are just defending them? Please think in that way. Please not think right now. Think about that time. And not put this stuff, as he said, is up to us. I am asking all directors, please consider this one not to use something that doesn't have a special definition. Regarding to what Mr. Bowman says, we already have nuisance on the top of to one's neighbors. So anything can be under that. If I don't like the smell of the compost, I can write onto complaints and they come and check it. And we already have that one. We don't need to add more things to give lots of problem for the Department of Compliance. Okay. Thank you.
Director Ascari, thank you. Director Lee?
Hi, I wanted to make a comment. I think we're taking these things too far because now will be in charge of resident advisory. I don't know how many instances the residents would come and complain about this issue, but this is a large community of over 6,000, And any large community, we need guidelines. We need guidelines to that we go by. And I think it has nothing to do with prejudice or preference or judgment, because I believe us as a united member, the board of the members, we do have plenty of common sense to deal with each and individual cases. And we do need a guidance. We need to have outlines. And if the outlines sounds a little harsh, maybe we can soften it up. But we must have a guidelines. Otherwise, it will be chaotic. And also, who's going to judge what is offensive? I don't think we need to worry about it because we all practice our common sense. We are all here to look after the best, what is best for the resident. And, coming up elections, let's not even worry about it. And, I think we are here and making a big deal, and it hasn't even happened. And when it happens, we deal with it as a unit. It's not that one person against the other, that one person has a special preference. And we recognize this is a multicultural community. And that's one of the things that I like about it. But it has nothing to do with the clutter policy. And if it is, and who's going to judge what is offensive, what is not, we're not gonna, not one person is going to judge based on their personal preference. We are going to judge as a unit. And that's why we're here. We're elected by the residents and they trust our judgment. And we can practice our common sense and what is best for the residents. And I have a confidence doing that. And I am for having a guideline like Maggie Blackwell. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Akar?
Mr. President, these changes proposed are common sense changes. We don't need to make these changes. And we are wasting time on things when we don't have time. We are already got way beyond the meeting time. It's 12:30. We shouldn't even look at things like this. Let's move on. But the clutter policy is clear the way it is written to anybody who has common sense, period.
Mr. Chair, we do have a resident comment from Tony
Thank you,
Mando.
Director Ekwakar. Yes, Grant, let's have the comment, please.
All right, I will move them over right now.
Nobody yet.
You may speak whenever you're ready.
Can we know who your name and your manor number, please?
Who are you addressing?
I'm addressing the person who's calling in.
Tony Mandel, you may begin speaking.
That's me. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I just want to tell you how I do it. I live here. This is a wonderful, diverse community, many different places from all over the world, many different religions. And I'm very aware of the sensitivity of my neighbors and myself. So I keep my political and religious, personal beliefs inside my home. I don't feel I have a right to inflict them on others who might have different ways of seeing things and believing. So the people who come into my home, who I invite into my home, know me and know my thinking about things, but I don't inflict them on the entire community. Out of consideration. And with the climate we have these days, out of a desire to have peaceful relations with my neighbors.
Thank you, Director
I'm
Mandel.
finished. Did you hear me?
Go ahead.
Did you hear me?
Yes, we heard you.
Okay.
All right, the directors, what do we want to do with 14A? We've had a round-clock discussion on here. We should have a feeling of what we want to do, huh?
We do have a,
Can we make the motion?
There was a motion
Tony,
on
I
the-
made a motion, but you didn't notice that.
Well, we made a motion, but I didn't hear a second. Want to repeat
Yes,
your
there
motion?
was a second.
Who
Pat English, second.
All right, so repeat
Well,
the
right
motion.
now, we have two.
Let's repeat the motion, please.
I do believe that.
I wanted to have a further discussion about this subject.
Was that your motion?
I
Yes.
moved it. I think I moved it, or someone moved it.
Sorry.
It was seconded, moved and seconded, right, Grant?
You said, correct me if
You're
I'm
out
wrong.
of
You want
order.
to send it back to
Director
me?
Torn, you don't have the floor.
For
May I have
clarification,
the floor now?
for clarification on the motion, I do believe that Director Ardani made a motion to bring it back to the committee. If I am correct, Director Ardani, is that your motion?
I think it came from the governing doc. Am I right? Maggie, am I right? It came from the governing doc?
Yes, it came from governing documents.
Okay, I think that we should have it in the board, the people in the board, not just the committee, because it came from that. It doesn't necessarily to go back there.
Well, Director Ardani,
We have a
what,
different opinion in the board.
if you have a motion, state the motion.
I said it, Tony, how many times? I means that it doesn't back to the committee. Grant, I wanted we just talk about it with the board member.
So we have a second on it?
I do apologize for clarification. So, Director Ardani, you want to make a motion to send it back to the committee for clarification on the motion?
No, Grant. No, because it came from committee. I want to have the discussion. We can do it today in the closed meeting. We can do it in another time, and all the board member. We want to talk it between the board member, not the committee.
So you want to make
this is not material for closed session.
Do you want to make a motion to postpone the vote until the next United Board meeting in February?
I think I like the idea. Table it until next time so we can talk about it among ourselves and exchange ideas.
Maybe because it's the long conversation between the board meeting.
If we have a motion on the floor, we have to dispose of the motion before we do anything else.
So if I understand correctly.
Okay, is it possible, Grant, is it possible to have the separate meeting between the board members and we talk about that, or you just everybody wanted to do it for the next board meeting? I'm agree with both of them.
I'm confused now. Do we have a motion or not?
Yes, I move that we consider this motion and vote on it today, just like we did. Is there a second? We've already discussed it thoroughly. She's asking that we vote on it. I agree we should vote on it.
So we have a motion to what? Vote
No,
on it?
Maggie, I want to have a more discussion about it. I don't want to vote on it. Because a lot of board members, they don't like these words in the resolution.
May I be? Okay.
Well, the problem is right now,
Beaumont,
do we have a motion on the floor and is it seconded?
There is I do believe that Director O'Donnell has made a motion to postpone this item for more discussion can be picked up at a later United meeting. There has not been a second on that motion, and then Director Blackwell made a motion to vote on it
Yes,
today.
I second it.
Okay.
I second what Neda said for the next board, if necessary, to talk about that.
Okay.
All right, I have discussion on that.
Well, what's the motion now and who seconded?
No,
One moment.
Neda apparently never made.
Come on now, let's get back in order here. What's the motion on the floor?
To clarify, the motion on the floor right now is Director O'Donnell made a motion to postpone the approval of the amendment to the declare policy for further board discussion, and that was seconded by Director Asghari.
All right, that's the motion, seconded by Director Asghari. And let's take a count here. All in favor of the motion on the floor as it's been seconded? People on Zoom vote by Grant, and we'll vote here. There's 3 of us here.
Well, if you would like, Mr. Chair, if we could vote via roll call vote for everybody, just for consistency.
Yeah, we can do a roll call vote, but let me hear what Director Tarn has to say.
I'm supporting Neda's amendment proposal that we table this item till next week, next meeting, because there's a lot of issues that we need to iron out. And there are a lot of alternatives that can be done. So let's table it until next meeting. Thank you.
So wait, we have a motion on the floor. Can't override it with another motion.
President.
What's the motion?
Director Torn was simply agreeing with the motion
Okay.
that Director Ardani raised.
All right, so let's vote on the motion. Do we agree with the motion?
Director Blackwell has a question. Director Blackwell has a question.
Director Blackwell?
Thank you. What exactly are we going to find out next time that we do not know now? Jeffrey Beaumont says it is enforceable, that we would decide just like a jury decides when it comes to us. They don't do it any differently. So we will then have the next discussion next time, exactly like this time. We will all say exactly the same things, because some people are uncomfortable with letting each person vote their mind and see how it comes out. If the accusation is unjust and we don't believe that is an affront, we don't believe it, then we will vote down the complaint. The complaint will not stand. And that is exactly what we do. We vote down the complaint. We do not give the fines. We do not give the restrictions. And so that we already have that right. Now, as far as elections, national and state elections, the village has rules about posters and flags and all kinds of things. The village has a whole set of rules. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about like wind chimes that make everybody crazy, or pornography, or a swastika or something hung up on somebody's balcony. And so whatever it is that is extremely offensive to one person, they bring that to compliance, and compliance either says yes or no. And if compliance moves forward, then the end result will be the vote comes to the board to enforce it or not. And if the board says no, then the thing is okay. So this is not something that we have to think somebody's going to kamikaze something through. It's just to let the process go so that if someone finds something truly objectionable, they are hurt. If they put up posters of people that have been shot. That would be offensive and upsetting to a neighbor. It would definitely be a detraction to anyone renting nearby. And so that person will come to compliance and say, I want those horrible posters down. Can't we do something about it? And if compliance brings it up to us, compliance either says yes or no and brings it up. If they say, yes, it's improper, then eventually the board gets to vote on it. Is it improper or not? The answer always comes back to the board for that, like Jeff said. And we as reasonable people, like on the jury, would say, well, this is reasonable, or no, this is unfair. And so we don't lose the right to vote. It comes to us. Thank you.
And Director Lee, you had your hand up. Do you have a comment?
Yes, I do. We had this discussion, plenty of discussions last month. We have.
You're muted, Director Lee. Unmute yourself. You're still muted.
I frankly think that we had more than enough discussions on this. We heard all the director's concerns, and I'm against postponing it because I think we have work to do. We have to move forward. And in order for us to do that, we need to stop repeating ourselves. We've heard everybody, and I understand the sensitivity, but I do feel that the best way is to have get this taken care of and move on instead of postponing. And because, as Maggie said, we're going to have a lot of repetitions, and we already spending way too much time on this. And for the sake of our residents, sake of our community, sake of our board, we need to move on and have a positive outlook and work with common sense, and we give the best care possible to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Bastani.
I think let's vote on it and close this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bastani. Director Neda Ardani.
I just want to add something, that my point and the other director's point, that don't make it more complicated for the residents with these words, because it's already understanding the rules is very complicated for them. Just look at the chat box. One of our residents say something about the musical, and look at that. It's just one musical thing is kind of very hard for them to understand, even for me, not for them. I mean that for me, the rules is very complicated, and I should read it few times to understand that what they are talking about. My point is, don't make it rules more complicated for the residents, please. This is my point.
Mr. Chair, if you would like, I can read the comment that Director Ardani is referencing in the Zoom chat box.
Yep. Excuse me, I didn't hear it. What?
There is a resident who made a comment in the Zoom chat box. I can read it if you would like.
Sure.
Okay. This is from Jim Hiroko Donley. They say, I have a question. If someone does not tolerate any sounds of music and calls security, even daytime, even 30 minutes or an hour playing piano or musical instruments, what should I do? Can Laguna Woods make some rule about musical instruments? Example, maximum 1 hour and between 8 a.m. and to 7 p.m. like this, because compliance mentioned to me if someone calls security even after 5 minutes of play, you would get a penalty or violation. So we residents can't play any musical instruments if the neighbor never tolerates even 30 minutes of daytime play.
Okay, thank you, Grant. It sounds like we agree to disagree here, but we do have a motion on the floor. So I need an upvote or a downvote on, so we can dispose of the motion. So are we ready for the vote?
There are still comments if you wish to hear those.
Okay, more comments?
We do have a question from Richard Rader, and Director Asghari and Director Toring wish to make comments.
Okay, let's go with Director Rader, Resident Rader first. We haven't heard from him. We've heard of everybody else here at least once.
I will move him over now.
My question really is a follow-up to the one that you just heard, but I want to generalize it. What, if you do not pass this, what can a resident do if something is on a resident's patio or balcony, which is a specialized portion of the common area? And what can they do? How can they make a complaint? Because what this resolution addresses is those areas specifically. Now, I know if somebody plays a musical instrument or a dog is barking, of course, that would be allowed as a complaint. But what if somebody posts something within their window in their residence? That, of course, could be brought as a complaint. But if they put it on their patio, can't they make the same complaint? I wonder if I'm making myself clear. I think we already have mechanisms whereby people can make the complaints and be brought to the resident committee. Am I wrong?
Well, I don't know. It seems like we've agreed to disagree here. We have opinions coming from all directions here. So just hearing them out.
Well, what maybe.
To me, it looks like something that's not going to be resolved here to satisfy everybody. So we have to either get a consensus here or do something. We do have a motion on the floor, and it's been seconded. We have to deal with it. Director Asghari. Well, in order to vote on it, then we'd have to limit debate, and that calls for a motion. It needs to be second, and it needs a 2/3 vote.
It was seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned you recognize me, correct? Am I right?
I did. What?
Thank you. Am I allowed to talk?
You got the floor, Zari.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we heard, and I think we are going to the loop. What Maggie talked for the second time exactly was what she said on the first time. At this point, I agree with Cash. Cash said, what is wrong with what we have? It's already there. Talking to Mr. Reader, if there is a problem right now, people writing to the complaint, and then they are coming and checking. So in that case, there is nothing need to be added something to create more problem for Department of Compliance. Of course, our lawyer might be agree because there's more lawsuit is coming, but it doesn't need it. If there is already as is correct. I am absolutely against this one, and I am agree with Mr. Cash that what we have is correct. Let's move on. It's almost 1 o'clock. Please read the motion, whatever it is, so we know what we should do. If you're not agree with this, I am totally agree that we put this vote. This is my vote.
Thank you, Director Asghari. Director English.
I cannot believe that all these people that are supposed to be educated are putting all this emphasis on clutter and this thing. Why don't we just leave it like it is, like Asghari said? Just leave it alone, and let's get this thing passed, whatever it's yes or no. I could vote either way right now, but I really don't think it's worth voting for. We're wasting way too much time, and our time is valuable, at least mine is. Thank you.
All right, so I make a motion to the previous question, and that's a subsidiary motion, requires a second and two-thirds majority, which will end debate and go to the vote.
I'll second it.
All right, second. So now we take a vote on the previous question. That is to end debate on this topic. So everybody vote, however Grant wants you in the chat box or whatever. And
I can do a roll call vote if you would like.
okay, roll call.
Yes.
All right. I am President Liberatore,
Yes.
Director English.
That we vote on,
We are currently voting on to call a question to end debate.
To end
yes,
debate.
absolutely.
Director Blackwell.
Director Cash over here.
Director Blackwell, you are currently muted.
Thank you. And yes.
Thank you. Director Bastani.
Yes.
Director Asghari.
Yes.
Director Ardani.
Yes.
Director Casey.
Yes, yes.
Director Lee.
Yes.
Director Toring.
No.
Director Akakar.
Yes.
Director Ross sent me a message earlier that he had to leave for an appointment at noon, so he is currently absent. That
Okay,
makes
so
the,
if he's absent, the vote's out. The vote is to end debate, right?
correct. The vote to end debate.
All right, so now to help my memory out, let's we go back to the original motion that we're going to vote on.
The original motion is to postpone the amendment to the color policy into the next United Board meeting.
All right,
for
that's
further
the
discussion.
motion, and it's been seconded, so let's go around. Let's have a roll call vote.
President Liberatore,
Yes?
President English, or sorry, Director English,
Yes.
Director Blackwell,
What is the motion?
The motion is currently being made is to postpone the amendment to the color policy until the next United meeting for further discussion.
No.
Director Bastani,
No.
Director Asghari,
Yes.
Director Ardani,
Yes.
Director Casey,
Yes.
Director Lee,
No.
Director Toring,
Yes.
Director Akakar,
Yes.
All right, so that means that the motion is 7-3 and the motion passes.
Okay. So
So we,
7 yes, right? 3 no's.
That's correct, 7 yes.
All right, so that disposes of that. Now let's go on to 14B. Discuss and consider the formation of a strategic planning committee. Director English.
I was going to leave this till the next question, but this fits in really nicely with what I have to say. We are spending so much money on committees, you wouldn't believe it. And we've got a lot of committees that we really don't need. If we want to start saving money, That's where we have to go, because our highest overhead is our labor and labor expenses that go along with it. Now, we have about 20 things right now, reports that we're supposed to read. We have approximately three staff members at every meeting. Now, please, staff, don't think that this is against you. It's not at all. It's for money and for savings. So if we have 20 reports, and we have 3 people that come in, 3 staff members, that's $60. And if we multiply that by what I think is a fair wage, about $25 an hour, that's $180. A total of this cost is about $4,500. Now, you can double check me if you like. My figures might not be accurate. But that's the kind of money we're spending on each committee. And we've got some really stupid committees around here. Like, for example, purchasing. Purchasing went away a long time ago. We don't need a purchasing committee. Strategic planning, I don't think we need that either, personally. There's a lot of things that we can save a lot of money by going right through our committees and deciding, do we really want them? Just like this, well, we won't talk about that one. Anyway, that's my thought on that. And I think I might have another minute left. And if I do, I'm going to put down this Zoom thing. You've seen all the problems. I don't have to tell them to you. The problems we have with Zoom. And it's nobody to blame. It's just the system. It just will not work for us. We have people who can't hear. We have people we don't see. That's at least the second one. There was Raider, and there was a few weeks ago, there was another one. And we have all kinds of situations like that. And frankly, there are a lot of things that we don't
Director
hear.
English, we're actually discussing the formation of a strategic planning committee.
All right, the strategic planning committee, that's what I was talking about.
Okay.
Or at least the next one. And I was adding everything else to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director English. Do we have any more discussion on this 14B? Consider the formation of strategic planning committee. Director Torn.
Yes. I would like to say, if you have any senior management experience, if you have ever been on the business side of serious direction, the strategic planning is the driving force of all other committees. What we're trying to do is say, what is the vision? Where do we want to go from here? Well, we can say, we don't care where we want to go from here. We just want to do whatever we want. Okay, that is one way of running an organization. But to have a coordinated effort, I'm saying that taking this for example. For example, GRF has this project of Clubhouse 2. Well, they did a Clubhouse 2. They did it very well. Then we found out now we need more space. And the best place is really Clubhouse 2. But we've already spent money. We cannot torn it down and renovate it again. So strategic direction should look at all the clubhouses and then make the decision rather than look at the one single project and make a decision. And I will make another example. Okay, for example, quality management. That is what we want to do, and it impacts all the departments. How do we implement the quality? That's what we need to do. The strategic planning for the United. Okay, that's what the purpose of strategic planning is to take a direction and then ensure that all departments, all committees follow the same direction rather than each committee following its own direction, doing its own work, take care of its own business. And then we found out that, we just dig up the trench over the last month. This month we need to dig up the trench again. Okay, because there's a different project that required to dig up the trench. That's where the strategic planning comes in. That's where the waste that incurred there because we don't have a strategic direction. So I would highly recommend we take a look. And also, we are a senior community. This senior community, do we have everything it takes to take care of the senior community? We don't. We have the committee to take care of the properties, to take care of the facilities. We don't have the strategic plan to take care of the senior citizens, senior members in this community. Okay, there's a technology that we need to make changes. How do we make it happen? Those are the directions that we need to afford.
Can you keep it brief, please?
Yes. So it is very important. I'm giving some examples because apparently people don't understand what strategic planning committee is doing. Okay, and they never had any experience getting involved. I have the experience on the strategic planning group with many other organizations. It is very important that we need to focus on the strategic direction and then decide what needs to be done, rather than we just do it and we don't care what's the future direction is leading us to. Okay, it is very important, and we don't want GIF to make the strategic direction for us. We want a strategic direction ourselves, and then bring to the VMS board and talk about it. That's what we need. Otherwise, we're just doing work. We're just doing hard work without a direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Torn. Director Casey.
Yeah, on this strategic planning, is this an ad hoc committee that we do not have to have staff? You know, that questions come up and we look at, you know, whoever is appointed to this ad hoc committee, discuss things that are happening in the community. That's my question. I know Andre is interested in this. So what is it? Is it an ad hoc that's a temporary thing that no staff is involved?
Thank you, Director Casey. Director Ascari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, strategic planning, I agree, is very important, because without that, we don't have a guideline for future. But also, I agree with Diane says, could be this one be and kind of ad hoc, so no staff. So in that case, direct English when they said that no money be involved from staff be involved, and then when this plan it works, then present to the board, and if board accepted, present to the VMS or somehow like that. But I highly recommended strategic planning, because no organization at this point that I am talking, at least many of them that in the news or in the background that I am reading, that they don't have a strategic plan. You can't go anywhere without a strategic plan, because in that case you go through the circle. You don't know what to do without a time. But totally, I agree with with the director Diane and Pat English. They both had a good point. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Director Blackwell.
Thank you. In the past, that was 2015, 16, 17, 18, and 19, the strategic planning was done by the entire board in a session, in a closed session. It took us 1 or 2 afternoons. If people had not been shouting over other people, it would have been fine. I believe every board member should be at such a hearing, and I don't want any railroading of suggestions from other industries. We are not another industry, so all these other strategic plans that have been sent around in emails are irrelevant. We are a nonprofit CID corporation. CAI even talks about millennials. Well, we don't care about millennials. They're only 22 years old at this time. So we need to look at our United, look at what we have to do, and make a strategic plan for United as it stands today for the next couple of years. I agree with that. And I agree that it should be every single director. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Are there any more comments on 14A, discussion, consider the formation of a strategic planning committee?
Director Turing does wish to make a comment.
Director Torn.
Yes, answer Mr. Director Casey's question. This is not ad hoc committee, just exists one time and then disappear. This is probably once a year meeting to provide the VMS the guideline, where do we want to go, okay? To this day, we still don't have a baby boomer strategy, all right? We have a lot of baby boomer already moved in. When you start early, it's much easier, okay? You got sufficient time to think about it. These things are things that are really serious, but they're kind of unknown. So it takes time to really understand it, to write down the parameters and the assumptions, that kind of thing, and then verify. When the time is up, I agree with you, Director Blackwell. It's about 2 or 3 years before that we need to solidify our strategy plan, okay, and provide the VMS and say this is where we want to go. Each mutual has its own strategic plan. We have a different purpose. We have different missions. So we need to come up with our own strategic plan and then bring it up to the board and then bring it up to the overall strategic plan meeting, or just give it to the VMS and let VMS provide the alternatives and say whether they can meet it or not and what are the difficulties they're going to run into. Usually what happened in the past, in my experience, is that board directors propose that and then give it to the execution, the management, to come up with the answer to meet it, and then board approves it. Okay. As far as nonprofit organization, this is one excuse that people often use to deny any kind of knowledge of what needs to be done. Nonprofit organization, CAI has, yes, millennium. That's the only thing you mentioned. It's also talk about technology. Are we taking advantage of technology and speed up our service, provide a better services? I don't think so. So what are we supposed to do? And there's a strategic planning about backup and restores. I hate to see that we are not, next time if we get hit, we cannot restore the system as fast. Right now, we cannot. A lot of manual work trying to recover, hidden by VMS, that I know, okay? So we are wasting a lot of money on that. If we have a complete backup and a restore procedure, that will make it happen. So that should be one of the reasons that we need to set up strategic plans that you need to do this right now. Otherwise, 2 years or 5 years later, we got to
everything
hit.
short? This is getting too long.
I got it.
Yes. Okay. So, but there are a lot of people that don't understand it, and I need to explain it, and they rebuttal that with the wrong reason. Strategic plan is the basic principle to guide every other project, to all other projects. If we don't have the strategic plan, we will not have the coordinated effort to solve the problem. We will have an individual effort that's wasting our resources. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Ton. All right, this item for formation of a strategic planning committee.
Wait.
Director
be
Blackwell.
Thank you. This is my second time. I am against having a committee do it. I believe the whole board should do it. So I will vote no on the committee. I agree there is a great need for us to do this task, but I don't think a committee then comes and presents it to the board and just beats the board into submission. I think it should be made by a committee of the whole, all directors present. Thank you.
Thank you, Director
I
Blackwell.
will.
Director Torn, you haven't been recognized. You're out of order.
May I be recognized?
Director Cash Akrakar, you're recognized for the floor.
I think we are going around in circles. Strategic planning meeting should be all the directors, one time, decide for the whole year, or 1 year, 3 year, 5 years, whatever it is. It is one meeting. We don't need to make a committee. We don't need to spend boku time trying to decide whether or not to have a committee. So let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Aguilar. Do you want to make a motion to that effect?
Yes,
Does
may I
anyone wanna
make the motion? Yes, may I make the motion?
You don't have the floor.
I didn't hear what you asked me.
I said, did you want to make a motion? Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I want to make a motion to move on and not form any committee at this time. Because we, all directors can get together and have one strategic planning meeting, not a committee. Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion from Director Aguilar to bring it to the board for planning and not to a special committee, and we have a second from Director English. Is there any more discussion? Director Torn.
Finish it, didn't you? You also said was to finish.
No, I would just try to make the same motion. Okay. Add it to the new business.
No. There is a motion on the floor and it's been seconded. The motion on the floor is not to have a specific strategic planning committee, but to bring it before the whole board. That's the motion and it's been seconded.
Let's
Now
vote
we're
on it.
debating it.
Yes, to make it a new business.
Let's take a vote.
All right, are we ready for the vote?
When is the time for that?
Are we ready? So we're ready for the vote. Okay, the Director Aguilar's got a motion on the floor that we have strategic planning being done by the whole board, not by a committee. It's been seconded by Director English, and let's all vote on it.
I can now do it by roll call vote.
Yes, roll call.
President Liberatore,
Yes.
Director English,
Yes?
Director Blackwell,
Yes.
Director Bastani,
Yes.
Director Ascari,
Yes.
Director Ardani,
Yes.
Director Casey,
Yes.
Director Lee,
Yes.
Director Toring,
Yes.
Director Aguilar.
Yes.
All right, the vote is unanimous.
So it's a
Yes, the vote passes.
motion stands. Okay. Thank you very much. And getting a little long here, but we'll keep going on. Item 15, director's comments, and each director has 2 minutes. I'm going to start here on the kiosk with Director English.
I've had my say already, so I'll pass it to the next one. Thank you very much.
Director English. Director Aguilar.
Well, I think for this, we all are seniors, and time is the most important asset that we can never recover. Let us keep this thing short, and let's move on. Everything we're talking here is common sense. So I hope everybody got it. I hope I got some too. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Aguilar. Now I'm going to look at my monitor. I'm going from left to right, and I have 4 columns here. So, Director Blackwell.
Yes, I am pleased that we are talking. I think sometimes we talk and talk and talk, and we each reiterate over and over again. But one should listen to each one's what they say. Instead of, I know that if I make a motion, 9 times out of 10, there are 4 people on this board that automatically will vote against me no matter what I say. And I don't feel that way about the others, but I know that happens to me, and maybe that will dissolve over time, but so far that's true. So I just have to make very good motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Director Ascari.
Thank you. The primary reason for any board to have a certain number of members is to ensure that discussion is enriched by several points of view. Should all directors agree on everything all the time? Reasonable minds would say no. Disagreement among directors toward a motion is not a problem and has great benefit. However, how disagreements are handled can create problems for a well-functioning board. Some notions might help to solve the problem, such as the fairness of the president toward all directors, which I want to thank him today, which was amazingly fair. Number two, each director should increase his or her tolerance of hearing opposite views. Each director should listen carefully to the opposition just in case a valuable idea might come to benefit all. Also, if a director wishes to explain why she or he is not agreeing with a VMS recommendation, such directors should be allowed to state his or her view without interruption or any gesture of interruption. Respect has two sides. Create fear, limiting access to the data, and punishment for directors will not bring respect to the board. Thanks to the technology and social media, residents can see, understand, and recognize controlled silence. It is a protection for VMS and board to have all opinions aired. If the board appears to be in lockstep with VMS, the resident will get suspicious of corruption. The best aid for people to ultimately trust VMS and board is knowledge that all views
2 minutes
are
have expired.
expressed within the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Director Bastani.
Is there a final comment now?
Yes, it's a director's final comments.
Tony, if you heard, somebody said that you have said that I don't like women, and he accused me of that. I asked for your apology. I haven't heard it. Can you confirm that you said that and you are apologizing or not?
I can confirm it and I can apologize, but it was pretty nasty situation, if you remember.
No, I don't remember because
No,
I
I
was
didn't
in
think you would
the Zoom.
remember. All right, Director
No, I-
Ardani.
Thank you. It was a very great meeting. And I just want to tell Maggie, personally, I'm not against you. I always like your opinion and suggestion. If I say something against your opinion, I'm just saying, I'm just giving my opinion. That's it. I love you. Take care.
Thank you, Director Ardani. Director Casey.
Yes, thank you for this meeting. And I just have one question for Jeff Parker about, there's no landscaping committee this month, and we had a member present a request at 126T, which he was going to follow up with landscaping and Kurt. So I just was hoping that that's in the works. So maybe you could let me know now or at the closed meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Casey.
Giovanni.
Jeff, would you like to comment on?
I thought Siobhan was going to make a comment, but
Yes, I can. I have an answer. I can forward it to you, Director Casey, or do you want me to read the answer aloud?
Thank you, Siobhan. Director Lee?
I just wanted to mention that the Thursday, coming up Thursday, we have a resident advisory meeting, but since it's in-person meeting, that meeting will be canceled, and we will wait and see in February. We also have Nancy Lennon, who was working as a member of the board in the past. She volunteered to join resident advisory as one of our advisors, so I would like to welcome her. And lastly, I want to mention to all of us, including myself, is that let's have more confidence in each one of us, because we do not have all these prejudice ideas. We are open-minded, and I think we should believe in each other's ability to make a right decision. And hopefully we can have a lot shorter meetings from next month on, because it is also a discipline to keep our meeting end in the right on schedule. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Torn. You're muted.
Yes, thanks for the opportunity to talk about the comments. First, I am really confused at this point, okay? 7 years ago, when I was on the VMS board, I was asking for strategic planning from the VMS point of view. I didn't get anything. And I didn't even get the refusal from the board members to get the VMS strategic plan. So I think VMS needs to take the lead to request each board and say, what is your strategic plan? Where do you want us to go from here? Okay, that's a must that the managing agent need to request that instead of a board member to take the lead and give it to the VMS. Okay, so it is very important that you know which direction you are going. And the only way to know it is to ask us. If you don't know the direction, if you don't request us, then just do it your own merry way. I don't think we are getting where we want to do. Okay, good examples would be the clubhouses and all those quality management and all those malware attacks. Okay. Second thing is that, as they said in politics, we trust in any kind of management. We trust, but we want to verify. We don't just blindly trust you. We don't just be a rubber stamp. Right now, there is no way we can verify. We have requested data that maybe we can help develop some kind of trusting, verified methodology, but it's all been rejected by VMS. So at this point, we only have the VMS words to trust. We don't have anything else to verify whether what you say is really true or not. Okay, what we need, and along with the malware.
2 minutes have expired.
All right, your time has expired, Director Torn. All right, for me, I just want to remind you, we're going to take a break. I'm going to recess for lunch here pretty soon. It's 1:30, so, and I'm diabetic. I need some food. Anyway, I want to let you all know that I realize that we have rejected our resolution for committee assignments. However, as the president and chair, I'm allowed to make pro tem assignments. So the committee assignments will stand as we have them right now until we get the agenda prep meeting going before the February schedule. And then in February, we'll vote again on the committee assignments. And that's all I have. So right now, let's take a food break here. It's 1:32 by my watch, and it's going to take me 20 minutes to get some food. So we'll re-adjourn. We're going to be in recess until 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Please be advised that there will be a second link for close, which I will be sending.
This is a continuation of the United Board's open meeting, and we're going to start with our committee reports. And we're reconvening at 2:02, okay? So now waiting for the monitors to light up. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we do have a quorum. So we can proceed with the business. And I appreciate the break because I'm diabetic and I needed some food. We're going to start on number 16, committee reports. And we're going to start with 16A, the Finance Committee. Director Ascari, can you give your report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This is slide 1. It's already up? Yes. Yes. Through the reporting period of November 30, 2021, total revenue for United was $42 million compared to expenses of $40.8 million, resulting in net revenue of $1.7 million. Can we have slide 2, please? Thank you. Is this the slide 2? Yes. In finance, we keep a close eye on operation portion of our financial results. The operating fund, of course, without depreciation, shows an operating surplus of $40,000 through the reporting period. And this chart shows how much of our revenue went into operation, with $19.7 million coming in from assessment and $1.3 million coming from non-assessment revenue. This is compared to operating expenditures of $21 million without depreciation. Can we have slide 3, please? Thank you. This next chart takes the full income statement and compares those results to budget. We can see that United ended the period better than budget by $4.7 million when combining both operating and reserve saving. That shows right on the end number. And slide 4, please, which shows better where this coming. The most significant variance from budget were attributed to this following: outside service, favorable, about $2.8 million, and resulting from late start of program due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, employee compensation, again, is favorable, $1.3 million, resulted primarily in the departments of maintenance and construction and landscape. Savings occurred in landscape where shop bed maintenance was outsourced, creating saving in labor hours. And you can see in materials and supplies is $744,000, and again, favorable variance, resulting in several areas of operation, such as interior components, plumbing, and appliance. Legal fee is favorable variance, about $161,000, result due to lower expenditures today than anticipated. And unrealized gain loss on investment, this is not favorable, about $491,000, and due to adverse condition of bond investment during the reporting period. And you can see we have 2 more unfavorable, of course, is insurance, $229,000 unfavorable variance due to higher premiums for property and casualty insurance. And the last one, unfavorable, is utility and telephone, is 130,000, and variance due to less seasonal rainfall. Could we have a slide 5, please? Thank you. On this pie chart, we show non-assessment revenues earned to date of 1.5 million, excluding the unrealized loss and available for sale investment. If you include the unrealized loss on investment, the revenue would be 1.1 million. Revenue is organized by category, as you can see, starting with our largest revenue generation category fee and charges to residents, followed by laundry, resale processing fee, investment income, and so forth. And can we have number 6, please? Thank you. On this slide, on this pie chart, we see the expenses to date of 41 million, showing that our largest category of expenses are for employee compensation, property and sale tax, followed by outside services, utilities, insurance, material, and supplies. And on the upper right corner, you can see the breakout of the utility that is in that box. And can we have a slide 7, please? Thank you. On this slide, we see the previous one, excluding property and sales tax. So therefore, as you can see, the percentage of employee compensation goes to 42%, of course, followed by outside service. Basically, these two should be added together, 42 and 19% is 61% of the whole assessment basically goes to the label and compensation. And on slide 9, please. We compare this to historical fund. This is slide 8, sorry. Our fund balance are shows here. The contingency fund balance on November 30, 2021 was $1.4 million. Contributions and investment revenue totaled $680,000, while expenditures were a credit of $414,000. The reserve fund balance on November 30, 2021 was $2.8 million. Contribution and investment collected totally $9.6 million, while expenditures were $8.9 million. The newly added property tax, you can see here, fund balance on November 30, 2021 was $148,000. Contribution and investment revenue collected total $11.1 million, while expenditures were almost $11 million. And can we have slide 9, please? We compare this to historical fund balance for the past 5 years on this chart, which have averaged 22 million. That tiny line that you can see here is the average of the 5 years. And you can see that we are in good portion. And the number 10, please. We have a slide here to show resale history from 2019 to 2021 through November 30, 2021. United sales totaled 461 units, which is 171 higher than prior year for the same time period. The average year-to-date sale price for a United Mutual Manor was $279,000, which is 22,000 higher than prior year for the same time period. And Mr. President, that was the report for the finance.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Report of the Architectural Control and Standards Committee. I headed that, and we didn't meet the Robert's Rules or Davis Sterling requirement for a quorum, so we couldn't conduct any business. And the next meeting for that committee will be on January 20th at 9:30 a.m. And depending on what the state is telling us, it could be a total virtual meeting, but if it changes to a hybrid, we will let you know. Thank you. Now we want the report of the Members Hearing Committee from Director Ardani.
We didn't have the meeting for December. Actually, it's canceled. But the next meeting is going to be January 27 at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Director Nardani. Another report of the Governing Documents Review Committee. Director Blackwell, please.
Okay, we passed the document which you put over till next month. So our next meeting is January 20th at 1:30.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Report of the Landscape Committee, Director Casey. I don't see Director Casey here. So we'll move on. Report of the Maintenance and Construction Committee, Director English.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out where we are right now.
We're on reports.
We're on the Mnc committee.
Right.
Report. Your mic, please. This one says December 22nd.
Put on your
Turn
mic.
your mic on, please.
Pardon?
Mike.
Oh, sorry. Okay, all right. So anyway, I did discuss with maintenance and construction just where they're at right now, because there's a lot of transferring going on. There are 18 buildings that had bad roofs in 2021, and they redid them with a PVC cool roof system that have 25-year life. And they did 69 buildings, 44 car parks, and 7 laundry rooms, received new exterior paint in 21 as part of the 15-year paint program cycle. The schedule for 2022 is being developed based on the board-approved budget of $1.7 million. 122 buildings were treated with the epoxy lining in 2021 as part of the annual epoxy waistline remediation program. The program extends the services of the life of the existing sewer lines and reduces leaks and backups. Schedule for 2022 is being developed based on the board-approved budget of $2.3 million. And their next meeting will be on February the 23rd, which just happens to be my son's birthday, so I won't forget that one. And that's all I've got for now.
Thank you, Director English.
Thank you.
A report of the United Resident Advisory Committee, Director Lee.
Yes, we had a scheduled meeting on December 9th, and nobody had shown up. So I waited about half an hour, and we didn't have the meeting. The January 13th, we have a meeting coming up, which we need to cancel because it's in-person meeting. The next meeting will be February the 10th at 4 o'clock, and we'll see how COVID situation goes. But as of now, the meeting is scheduled for February 10th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Lee. GRF Committee reports. Report of the GRF Finance Committee, Director Ascari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. GRF Finance Committee, we had a meeting on December 15th, one of the big discussion was a proposal for Age Well to operate the village bus system and how impact financially. And in this case, Age Well willing to buy some of our buses. And also, there are a few buses that VMS is going to sell. We were informed that 4 buses, they are going to keep it anyway in the lot for just in case some emergency things. And also, there was a proposal that Age Well give all the service to the bus to the VMS and VMS employees. So in that case, we can charge them, and it kind of offset a little bit of the expenses that they are charging us for the operation bus system. So that was a big discussion, and how it goes, we'll see if they're going to start. We monitor to see how this new system is benefit residents. Another discussion was about remove some items from reserve expenditures. And as of November 30th, 2021, there was 10 projects that happened through 2018 to 2021. And this project all done, but their budget were more than actual expenditures. So the total remaining encumbrance was about $764,000 that the board, or committee, I should say, decided to return this money to the reserve account. This was a big discussion in GRF meeting financially, and next meeting is February 16, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. as a virtual.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Now, on the GRF Strategic Planning Committee, we didn't have any representation there, and it's due, the next meeting will be on March 4th, 2022. Report of the Community Activities Committee, GRF, Director Blackwell?
Yes, we met November 8th at 1:30. The hot topic is the court's reservation system. Everything else in there seems to be going along okay. The work won't be done on any golf driving range things for a while, but the court system pleases half of the people, or maybe less than half, and displeases the other half. So they're trying to work out the fine points and see what can be done. It is a heavy question. People are used to just showing up and being able to play, but then other people want to make reservations so they can have friends play and make up a foursome. So it's in disagreement right now, and Brian will do what he can to get it going. So that will be ongoing. We will meet again this month, I think. Yes, on the 13th at 1:30.
Thank you, Director
That's it.
Black. Okay. And the Equestrian Ad Hoc Committee, I don't have any director assigned to that, so I don't have a report for that. And the next meeting for that, if it's still in existence, January 26th at 1 p.m. in the boardroom. Grant, do you know anything about this committee? The Equestrian Center Ad Hoc Committee, is it still in existence?
That is still an existing committee. It is a committee run out of recreation.
Okay, so I'll cover that until we have our next prep meeting when we decide to go over our committee assignments.
I think Diane and myself were supposed to be on it. I'm not sure about that.
Well, this,
There hasn't been any activity there for a while, you know?
yeah, I don't know, but I know the next meeting is on January 26th, but I have no names here, and I don't have anything on my list. All right. So item D on the GRF Landscape Committee, Director Casey, are you here?
Yes, no, I'm here. And so I just got on that committee, so it meets on February 9th. So I will be attending. And also I was trying to get in before, so I did the United Landscape Committee is going to meet on February 10th. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Casey. Report of GRF Maintenance and Construction Committee. Director Akokar, do you have something on that?
Well, I don't have much to report right now because of my health conditions. I had missed that meeting, but I will bring an up-to-date information next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Akokar.
The next meeting is on February 9th.
Okay, thank you very much. And now this Clubhouse Ad Hoc Committee, Director Casey, are you on that?
Yes, I did attend that meeting, and I'm not sure when the next meeting is. I have to find out about that. But it was very interesting, and they proposed to have a subcommittee to pull, almost like a strategic planning. So they're pulling that together. So.
And on my paper here, it says the next meeting is a TBA, right? So we don't have a set.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I know they were doing a subcommittee, so I'm not sure.
Mr. President, can we get some information from Director Casey what happened? Because many residents asked us about Clubhouse.
Yeah, I know that.
What was discussed in that meeting? Could you
Yes.
share with residents a little bit?
I could tell you.
Thank you.
So they have made a determination of all the things that are needed in the clubhouse, which is Clubhouse 3. Clubhouse 2. Clubhouse 2.
One.
No, it was 1. Okay, yeah.
This is about Clubhouse 1, isn't it?
Clubhouse 1. Clubhouse 1. So it's Clubhouse 1. They've made a determination on the things that are required, windows, flooring, different rooms that need adjustments. And the staff has made a recommendation, and now they need to have somebody who can come in and tell them about colors, and they need to get quotes for the cost, of the windows. And since they are, staff needs to measure the windows so that they can go out and get quotes. And so it's in that stage right now. That's why they were looking at a subcommittee to pull it all together, so that they're looking at more than just Clubhouse 1, so that's.
I have.
Diane, can I just say something a minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, absolutely.
Diane, I don't know what happened, but I'm on the same committee as you are there. And maybe you're on the subcommittee or I'm on the subcommittee, I'm not sure. But I did go and find the people that did Clubhouse 19 for us. So I've got some information for them. They asked that I did that. Were you there when they did that? Because I don't remember seeing you there. Diane? Oh, she's gone.
Yes, I was there. I was there, but I think I was on a Zoom at the time.
You were,
and I know you were going to dig up some plans for them, and I remember you saying that.
Yeah,
So
go ahead. Sorry.
The subcommittee is going to be formed by Debbie.
Debbie Dodson,
Did you get
right?
any information? Yeah. So she's forming that. So I don't know. I haven't been contacted yet.
I think both of our names are on that. They are, in fact.
Yeah.
I can see it right here. So
yeah.
Hopefully that'll turn into something good, I hope.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Report on the meeting and
Director
communication.
Toring does have a comment.
Who?
Director Toring does have a comment on the clubhouses committee.
Director Torn, we're taking committee reports now. This is not up for discussion or debate. Do you understand that?
Not for discussion debate, I'm just asking a question. For example, The clubhouse one used to address about the shortage of dining rooms and talking about expansion. Has it talk about that at all at this point, or nobody's care about expansion anymore?
No, that wasn't on the
wait,
agenda.
this discussion is out of order. This is committee reports. If you have an issue you want to discuss other than that, then we'll have to bring it up at another time. Let's move on. Report of Media and Communications, Director Ardani.
Media and communication on December, the meeting is canceled, and the next one on January 17 at 1:30. The only things that I want to say and encourage the residents to just check it out, the last brief on page 50 and 51. The media and communication did a great job, and they do the summary of chargeable maintenance services. Because when I was in the resident advisory and remember hearing a lot of people ordering something to the maintenance coming and do something for them, and then they have the invoice and they just shocked. They didn't know that this is the chargeable service. Please, I want to encourage residents, please check it out, the page 50 and 51 of the last brief. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ardani. Report of the Mobility and Vehicles Committee for GRF. Director Bastani, you have something to offer?
According to the list I have, I'm not in that committee. Maggie Blackwell and Pearl Lee are supposed to be in that committee.
Okay, well, I'm sorry about that. That's the way it's reported on my sheet here. So, Director Lee or Director English, do you have something to offer on that?
No, Director Blackwell.
Maggie Blackwell, do you have something to offer on that? Okay, let's move on.
Okay, on the mobility and vehicles, they are working on the contract between the village and what is it called? The bus company. I can't remember. I forget. It'll come back. And they're deciding what they're tentatively going to use our repair shop and our repair team. They are tentatively going to rehire all the same drivers. They are going to vary the size of the buses. The company has different buses and of different sizes. So we may be able to arrange to get rid of some of our larger buses and use the smaller buses. All these things are kind of getting shaped up. It's moving along better. There will be a bus meeting supposed to be this week, but it's going to be, I think, next week. I think Siobhan talked about it, a mobility meeting. And so they will be talking about things like picking up and driving people around and what the arrangements will be for the next few months. And that's all that I have to report right now. The next meeting is December 17th. No, it's in January.
Thank you,
But I'm
Director.
no longer on that committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Do we have a report on the security and community access? Okay, we'll move on. Report on Disaster Preparedness Task Force with Diane Casey.
Yes, there was a mix-up, and Anthony put me on that committee, so I will be attending the next one, and that is on January 25th.
Thank you, Director Casey. Laguna Woods, the GRF Laguna Woods 5 hearing for
Mr. President.
Director Ardani.
Sorry, I just want to tell you about the traffic hearing.
Yeah, I
that
skipped
we had.
you. Okay.
That's okay. It was on December 15, and we had 5 cases. 3 of them they didn't show up. We scheduled, and 2 of them we scheduled. 1 of them canceled, and 2 that they showed up is failure to obey stop sign. And the next meeting, January 19 at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ardani, and I apologize for passing you up. Need a report from the Information Technology Advisory Committee. What a mouthful that is. Director Casey.
Yes, our last meeting was on December 17th, and we took off for the last 2 weeks. So we will be meeting again, and mainly that we're waiting for proposals on prices. So that's kind of where we stand right now. Microsoft is going to kind of lead that since we've been doing business with them. So the next meeting might be tomorrow. Friday. Thank you.
You, Director Casey. Now, on this item under future agenda items, I have nothing listed here. And so, hello?
I'm sorry.
Maggie? Your hand is up. All right, number 18 again is future agenda items. I don't have anything on this list. And so it's now, according to my watch, 2:36, and I want to give ourselves and staff a chance to get upstairs. So we are going to go into recess, and we'll give us, say, 2:40. Let's make it 2:50. Is that all right with you, Grant? Can we have it? Because we're going to go up to the Willow Room upstairs, and so it's going to take us some while to get up there. So we'll go at 2:50. Is that good enough, Grant? Okay, 2:50. We will reconvene for the closed session. Thank you.
Do we have the same link or different link?
There was a closed session separate link sent earlier. It is a separate link for closed.
Grant, can you send that one to me again? Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, somebody called me. Somebody called me and said that the link would be the same.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
So Grant, I appreciate if you send the link for the closed meeting.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.